3, 2, 1.
Everybody like that little intro I worked on today?
I do.
I couldn't use scenes from Star Wars because I don't need that Disney heat. I don't need Mickey Mouse coming trying to rough me up this evening. But yeah, I was like poking around. I was like, man, I want to do something special for this because Star Wars deserves something special. It don't just deserve my plain old rockabilly intro crap. You know, it needed something more gravitas to it. But hey, Scotty, I haven't seen you in
a while.
Ever.
A while, yeah. Actually, I think January. Yeah, I know. And yeah, we still got to do that Last Starfighter podcast. Yeah. No,
your mic's breaking up just a little bit there, buddy.
Try it now. How about that?
It's still a little crackly.
Okay, I might have to switch out cords here. Sorry about that, guys. How about now?
Still crackly.
Yeah, once. How about now?
It's like there's a little feedback there of some sort.
Let's try that. Oh, this is great for people to be listening to, right?
Yeah. Scotty sounds like an actual droid.
Yeah.
With a broken voice modulator.
How about now?
No, it's still crackly.
No. Okay. John, keep on going. Give me about 90 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, has anybody else watched this Obi-Wan on Disney Plus? Because we might slip up and say some spoilers here and there, and I apologize if we do. I'm bad with secrets. It is what it is. Scotty will be back in a second. Got to go change out his headset. But I watched episodes 1 and 2 of the new Obi-Wan series when it dropped. I guess it dropped Thursday because I didn't get notification of it until Friday morning. And I tried to watch it as much as I could in between working. Don't tell my boss. But yeah, I went into it at first and I was like, oh, this is perfect 10. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And it's because I haven't seen Ewan McGregor in what? Let's see, 2005 was the last time he played Obi-Wan, and 2005 was 17 years ago. Holy crap. Man, how time flies. It's been 17 years since Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. It's hard to believe it just like that. Yeah, there you go. Went by just like that. I mean, I wasn't there. I was born when New Hope came out, but I didn't go to the theater and watch it because obviously I'm still an infant. The first movie I ever went to a theater and watched was The Empire Strikes Back in 1980. I still have very vague memories, but memories nonetheless of actually going there, and I still remember, these are the vague memories I have. I don't necessarily remember actually sitting in the movie theater and watching it. It's little bits and pieces here and there. Like I can still remember the Dagobah stuff a little bit, but I still remember it was me, my mom, my mom's brother, my uncle, my cousin, and my aunt, and we all went. And I remember walking across the street, and it was in Morehead City, North Carolina. And it was an old Cinema 1 and 2, I think it was called, which now it's like a playhouse back home. They turned it in like the Crystal Coast Amphitheater or something like that. I don't know. They put on like Shakespeare type plays and stuff. But I remember seeing that, and then I remember in '83 watching Empire Strikes Back, or not Empire Strikes Back, Return of Jedi, and that one I remember really well. And there's Scotty back. I was just discussing my old memories of Star Wars, how I don't remember New Hope because I was still an infant, but I remember vaguely going to see Empire Strikes Back.
I remember when. First of all, can you hear me? Okay.
Oh man, you're crystal clear
Right
now.
on, Cole. Yeah, I think it's my mic cord. I was born in December of '81, so I was like 5.5, 6 years after the first movie came out. But one of my first memories, actually just listening to you when I was running across the house, one of my first memories is when they showed Empire Strikes Back on TV, and I remember the VHS. My parents taped it, and I watched the thing over and over and over again. And I just remember that they got James Earl Jones saying for the first time on network TV, "The Empire Strikes Back," and me like, yeah.
It was, God, if I remember correctly, it was always wasn't necessarily ABC. It fluctuated. It was CBS's Sunday night movie, I think, is when it would like come on back then. Which I don't know what that is in Canada because you all have showcase television and stuff.
We have we have like the big three too. But with the streaming networks, we have like some different stuff. But CBS was a thing because ABC, I think at that point was owned by Disney, and Lucasfilm had an agreement with Disney at the time. But I still remember that day because my parents started taping it right in the middle of the ad before it, and the scene that's in my brain is when they're flying on the asteroid and the TIE fighters come together and they blow up, and the Millennium Falcon like squeaks through. So, but I remember just hear James Earl Jones's voice, and yeah, that's one of my earliest memories of Star Wars because I was familiar with it, but I was like, when that happened, I was maybe 4. But because I watched that tape over and over and over again, that was technically my first Star Wars movie. Was Empire Strikes Back.
It's to me, out of every nerd thing I've ever watched, from Ghostbusters to that to Star Trek to all that, something about Star Wars always seemed to transcend the cinema. Like it was more than just movies. It was. God, I would go as far as to say it became a part of everyday life. I mean,
with George Lucas, because I don't know if he ever studied it, but have you ever heard of something called a guy named I think it's George Campbell?
I have the hero of 1,000 faces,
and then like the hero's journey kind of thing, because he was so influenced by the old serials, which unfortunately aren't a thing anymore, and they haven't been for like 40 years, right? 40, 50, almost 50 years. But they continue the story where, because depending on what day of the week you actually ask George Lucas, he says, "Oh, like it's supposed to be the middle. Oh, there's supposed to be 6. Oh, there's supposed to be 9." Oh, but being a creator, he had the right to do that, right? But he didn't want to start the story. He wanted to start a journey, but he wanted to start a journey in a bigger, galaxy. And that's what I really enjoy. I can go on about the stuff that with like the latest sequels of that too, but we're here to talk about Obi-Wan. So,
well, to caveat over what you were saying, he did something that nobody in the history of film ever did. He told his story from the end and worked in reverse.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, really, he was the creator of the prequel, if we really look at it. I mean, because I still remember. I think for a while it was just New Hope and then the scroll. And then when later on they added the episode 6.
I can't remember the timeline, but apparently originally it was Star Wars, and then Star Wars A New Hope, Star Wars Chapter 4, A New Hope, and then but the scroll has always been. But yet, unless you have old VHS copies, or heck, even if somebody is lucky enough to actually have an old film print, you're never gonna know, right? Because that even happens now, like where movies get changed. Like I actually heard in some areas back east, I think it was in like Wisconsin or Ohio, the new Morbius movie, even though they, spoiler if you guys haven't seen it, the Vulture from the Tom Holland Spider-Man shows up. Apparently they cut that line. So Disney is trying to distance themselves from Spider-Man. So, like, it still happens to you today, where unless you have an original, well, like the original title was The Star Wars. Like the actually, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like The Star Wars taken from the Keeper of the Journal of the Wills. That was the original working title. And yeah, so yeah, nerd. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, your crackle's back, but I think that it's not as bad. It's not as bad, but I think it's probably because you said you all got thunderstorms in the area, and that will it will kind of mess with it. So we'll work through it, brother. Ain't no biggie. I can still understand you. I was super excited because I didn't know that this, and that's the thing. I did a trailer reaction. I'm getting so excited I can't even speak. I did a trailer reaction for the Obi-Wan trailer when it dropped, and I knew the street date when it was going to hit, and then I just forgot. And Friday morning it comes, and Friday morning it pops up on my phone. Episodes 1 and 2 of Kenobi now on Disney Plus. I was like, what? I just canceled my Disney Plus, so then I had to go and rebuy Disney Plus again so I could watch it. And when I first watched it, look, man, I did get a little teary-eyed because Obi-Wan Kenobi is my favorite character in all of Star Wars lore. That is my dude. I love Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Ewan McGregor, to me, is that character. I mean, not to sell the OG in, short, but I guess it's because Ewan got more screen time. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Alec Guinness didn't get the amount of screen time that Ewan did, but there was also stories that Alec Guinness wasn't necessarily that enamored with the character. It was just a paycheck for him. It wasn't that, he didn't understand the script. He said it many times to friends that I'm doing this space movie and it makes no sense, but I'm getting paid for it. And that was exactly how he went about it. Now, he didn't give any less of a performance. He gave a performance that defined that character and what it would be. But Ewan, however you say his damn name, he just took it and made it his. And when he flashed back on that screen, dude, it was like I went back to 2005 and I was 28 years old. Or no, 29. I was getting ready to be 30. But I was 29 years old, hadn't joined the army yet. And I still remember going to the theater and just that epic lightsaber duel between him and Anakin.
Still holds up, actually. I remember watching a lot of I was the DVD special features person, right? And I remember Ewan talking about how he really tried to watch Sir Alec Guinness's performance, because simple thing where he can cross his arms and he kind of plays with his mustache. That's right from Guinness, and he tried to emulate things. There's several things. I don't think it's on the Disney Plus version, but if you have the old DVDs, pop it in if you're a fan of it, because he really wanted to emulate but not copy. It's a younger version of a famous character, even though you always hear that. You're talking about how Guinness didn't really like the film. He didn't really get into it that much. But even Harrison Ford was famously saying to George Lucas, "George, you can write the shit, but you can't say it." So, yeah. But I don't think people didn't really understand what they were making at the time because nothing like this had been done before. But when you see Ewan McGregor on there, because it's been what, 16, 17 years or more since they actually filmed it or finished it, and how they had to age him up because in the original film, Dennis was only 60 years old, and he looks older, and he's only supposed to be within 10 years of Vader.
Yep.
And but with the first two episodes, like I love the fact that we're getting more stories in this, well, pardon the pun, but universe, right? Because people were ripping apart the prequels and the sequels, but the fact that we're getting more stories is incredible. Because, like, there's some book series that never, book or movie series that will never be finished, and the fact that it's this cultural phenomenon 45 years later is pretty wild.
Here's my question I've always asked people when they hate on the prequels. I say, why? Why? Give me one good reason why. What is it about it that you hate?
True. But for me, the only thing I would nitpick with the prequels is not the special effects, but the way it was shot. But at the same time, this is 25 years later, right? So technology changed, and George Lucas tried to implement the new stuff. Did he go too far? He's even famous as saying in this, again, the special features for episode 1, after they watched the full version of the pod race, he turns to I forget his name. It's his producer at the time. He says, I mean, they've gone too far in some places, because just because he could doesn't mean he should. But
it was like having a new toy, man. It was like a kid having a new toy. That was really all it was.
I'm glad that they brought out the Clone Wars series, because it filled in the gaps. Because even with the sequel trilogy, it should have been 4 or even 5 films. Because all of a sudden, in the Clone Wars, you're like, okay, well, what happened? It's supposed to be like 3 years later, by the time of like Revenge of the Sith, and a lot happened. Like, how to get that scar? They had to write that in the books and the cartoon. He was fighting Asajj. He was fighting Asajj Ventress, and like, who's that? Right?
Yeah.
And until the cartoon series came out, or actually both versions, the old 2003.
Yeah, you're talking about the Jindy Charkowski, the little minis, the little 90-second shorts.
And then they brought out the 3D or however you call it now, because I remember the original title for that, because I'm a big action figure collector, right? And I used to follow these forums, and they showed all of these figures that they made, and they were based off of the concept art of what they wanted to do, also / the live television series that he wanted to do, that they ended up not doing until literally almost over 15 years later. We get the Mandalorian, and you're like, oh, right? And even the technology with the Mandalorian too, how it looks like the original, but they're using this amazing visual technology. Because like, you watch Obi-Wan, you watch the Mandalorian, and you don't really know where the physical ends and the digital begins. But the thing is even with the digital, there's an actual screen behind the actors, so they still have something to play off of, right? So when it comes to hating on the prequels, I think what it was is, okay, this is my fan theory, and some people have done this too. Jar Jar Binks was supposed to be a bigger character. Yes, I said it. Right? Go anywhere online and look up basically Darth Jar Jar, and because there's little subtle movements, and even in the behind the scenes, he keeps saying Jar Jar is the key to all of this, and then he gets all this backlash. And even Ahmad Best, who played Jar Jar, doesn't know the whole story, right? But he has a feeling that he may have not necessarily been the big bad behind everything, but a bigger role. So, but in continuity, that will never happen because of because they've already explored that character. Also in the books, they actually wrap up his character, which is kind of heartbreaking. I think it's the second Aftermath book. He's basically this penniless street performer, and somebody says like, "Well, who are you?" And he told the story, basically how he voted Palpatine into power, kind of thing, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I've always heard that theory too. I was always it was always interesting to me because I was like, it makes sense because during the Battle of Naboo, all those things that he was dodging, he was just dodging everything, but clumsily, but he was dodging it. And
there's about 4 or 5 hand gestures of like a Jedi mind trick too. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I love it. Yeah, like he had like a like he definitely was using the Force in some way, but that again, that will never be explored because in continuity, it's So, but in my brain, I'm going maybe. Yeah. So,
could it be that he may have been one of Darth Plagueis's like little side projects? Because
possibly, or he was Darth Plagueis.
Because Plagueis was still alive at that time.
I'm not sure. I haven't read the novel because I think Sidious took him out about 10 years before Phantom Menace, but within 10 years, because there's all the other stuff with Sifo-Dyas, which we never see on screen. The story was basically Sifo-Dyas and Dooku took off with Sidious. If I remember correctly now, it's in the comic books. Dooku had Sifo-Dyas killed but preserved, and when Grievous became the cyborg, they actually infused the blood of Sifo-Dyas into Grievous to try to make him Force sensitive. I know, deep dive in the books, so.
But it didn't take.
No. But he was trained by Dooku, and he was sad because I think Dooku didn't want to kill Sifo-Dyas, but he was ordered to. So yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of his rite. It was his rite of passage to becoming a Sith, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, at the Rule of Two, with the Darth Bane stuff, like there's dark side Force users and whatnot, but the Rule of Two basically is for the apprentice to succeed the master, and but if the master takes out the apprentice is never worthy. So when Anakin / Vader is injured, he's like, crap, I got the guy I wanted, but now he's broken, right? So he's like, well, I'll deal with it. Hey, wait, he has a son. So take out your dad so you can be my apprentice now, right? So
yeah, he even tried to replace him with Prince Shizor in Shadows of the Empire, but that's not canon anymore. But
I still think it is because it's in that weird gray area because it's such a standalone film or book. But Star Wars and Star Trek and all the major ones, especially when there's so many different writers, do tend to contradict themselves. Like there's even contradiction in the Obi-Wan series, which we will get into, but it's explainable. But the fact that like even movie series like for like the Conjuring and the Annabelle series, they contradict the hell out of each other. So yeah.
So we'll get into episode 1 of Obi-Wan Kenobi here, and look, guys, we're going to probably give up some spoilers here and there, so I apologize. I said earlier, it's just I'm bad with that stuff, so if you don't want it spoiled and you haven't seen it, you may want to put the fingers in your ears and just go, nah, 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 and just whatever.
You've had 4 days. You've had 4 days.
Yeah. So we open up, and we're instantly thrust back 10 years prior to, and we're inside the Jedi Temple, and orders, and I didn't recognize the particular Jedi Knight, but she's training some younglings in a, basically like almost a dance, but it's really, fighting, like martial arts. And then,
From what I understand is that Jedi is a branded character.
okay.
From what I've heard of like online sources and whatnot. But the actual although I do really appreciate is the fact that they got actual suits of armor, not people in green suits, right?
It
And
was,
yeah,
it was Ming Kwai, Jedi Master minus Velty.
yes. And that's what they were doing was a form of calisthenics. It's almost like Tai Chi, but it's more for defense. The whole attack on the temple was known as Nightfall. And as soon as it happened, I'm like, oh, they're going to do Nightfall, aren't they? I'm sitting with my wife, and she's like, what? And then the door opens up. She's like, oh, okay. I think there was 5 kids. Now, the tallest one, I do believe, is Reva, who was the third sister. Because she would have been 10, 11, maybe 12 years old. And it's 10 years later, and the character is early 20s. So, and the fact that she's so fixated on like Obi-Wan, because Obi-Wan and Yoda went back. And again, it's one of those blink and you miss it scenes in Revenge of the Sith. Excuse me. The beacon was sent out for everyone to come back to the temple, basically as a trap. But he reversed the beacon, basically saying, go, hide, run, right? But the thing is with The Mandalorian, how Grogu got out. Like how did he get out? The younglings that survived. The other Jedis that obviously survived, and they were hunted down later on. Now, what I'm thinking is hopefully in the later series, either she will say or we'll even see why she's fixated on Obi-Wan, because I think she may still have been trapped in the temple when he was there, and when he was leaving or whatever, or he inadvertently left her behind because he didn't know she was there. This is just my theory too, right? But there was something he did either through inaction or just not knowing. She holds a grudge against him.
I had 2 viewpoints of what if her grudge is not just singly against Obi-Wan, but it's to all the masters. Like, she holds this grudge against all the masters, but being he is the last one known to be alive, because Yoda's presumed dead.
Mm-hmm.
But because Obi-Wan is still the last
master, actually,
last master that's existing, she wants to just enact her vengeance on him as a way to get back at all of them.
Mm-hmm. To kind of skip forward to the end, sorry guys, you've had 4 days, so sorry. Where she says that Anakin lives, right? The thing is up to that point, because unfortunately I didn't keep up with the Rebel series, I wasn't sure if the Inquisitors knew who Darth Vader was.
That's a problem. That's a problem I had, but I'll let you finish your statement about it.
Or she found out somehow, right? Because she may have some sort of relationship with Vader. But the only Imperial officer that I'm aware of that knew who Vader was Grand Moff Tarkin, sorry. Because the other ones didn't really know who he was, because in the old books and the new books, they're like all of a sudden, like it was told from the perspective of a stormtrooper in this one book. They're like, yeah, this guy in the black robe just kind of showed up one day, and we're supposed to follow him, because people didn't really know. Well, because he was helmeted and all that stuff. They didn't know who he was, because he was supposed to be this superstar war hero, right? And the fact that it actually worked in his advantage to create another persona.
Yeah, the problem I had with Reva And I know we're going past episode 1 and we're kind of dipping our toe in episode 2, but
Like the last 30 minutes, yeah.
she has this. So each Jedi and Sith, they all have a unique ability where, like, Obi-Wan was very good about manipulation and strategy. That was kind of his power. Darth Vader, Anakin was more about fighting ability and just sheer strength. And then some were just, like Swiss Army knives, like Yoda was pretty much a master of anything and everything. Reva has this ability to mind probe like Kylo Ren. Now, with her being able to do this, supposedly she has found out that Vader and Anakin are one and the same. And that was where I had the problem, because it's like, how are you still alive? Because we're talking about the most powerful Jedi to have ever lived and the second most powerful Sith Lord in existence at this point. He would have clearly felt it through the Force that she was probing around in his mind.
The only thing right now that I can think of, without her actually force probing or told like any kind of like information, if she was still trapped in the temple, there's a scene where he sees where like Obi-Wan sees the hologram of Vader basically being knighted as like Darth Vader. So now I could be completely wrong. She may have seen that and blamed Kenobi for Vader killing, basically Vader being the leader of killing her family and her friends, because the Jedi were her home. So that's the only thing I think of is either she saw the recording at that time or saw it later somehow and pieced it together, because it's right there plain as day now at this point I wasn't 100% sure if Obi-Wan even knew Anakin was still alive. I think he had heard about he basically cut himself off, and it's supposed to be many, many days later by the time they make him into Vader. So he could have been cut off from the galaxy and he hadn't talked to anybody. Of course, he's not keeping up with the current events, right? So, because who knows how long it actually took Vader to become public.
Well, that, and then when we look back at Revenge of the Sith, we see that those scenes of him being built into Vader, and it looks fairly quick, but I've always said that was probably sped up just for the movie's sake, but
Yeah.
that could have been many days, many agonizing days of laying on that table. And Palpatine would have gladly made him do that just to feed more pain and fear and hatred into him.
When he wakes up and he asks where Padme is, now this for expedience because they're trying to wrap up the movie, but he says like in your grief you killed her, and then he does the infamous no thing, right? But the way I would have done that is because they intercut it with Padme's funeral, right? And the thing is I think he did kill her with his grief. Hear me out. Okay. Now, again, this is a nerd thing. In the movie, I actually really like Hayden Christensen's portrayal. He did what he could with what he had. But if you read the book, you hear his inner monologue and why he's doing what he's doing, right? Or, yeah, like his motivations, right? And it's not like the whole thing about like hate leads to anger and all that stuff, like the thing that Yoda said to him, is he lost his mom. He knew he was a powerful Jedi. He wanted to be a powerful Jedi. He wanted a family. And there's the character Keanu Monday. He's got the big tall head and the mustache and stuff. he actually has a family. His species has such a low birth rate that it's a obligation for the males to take multiple wives, basically just to have kids. It's not love, but he looks at it, family is a wife is a family, family is love. Like, why can't a Jedi have both? And a failing with the movies, well, they kind of do it with Rey being emotional. A failing with the movies is it's in the books, is the Force is very binary, where either you are on the side of good or the side of bad. It takes a very strong-willed Jedi but to actually balance, because Ahsoka is technically a gray Jedi. She's not good or evil. She has good tendencies. Actually, another character that was considered not really a gray Jedi, but a good Jedi that had darker tendencies was Mace Windu.
Yep. That's why he bested Palpatine in that.
So because there was such a schism, and this goes back to the Old Republic stuff, there was such a schism that if you have emotion, you're vulnerable. And the Sith were they embrace their emotion. Like, it's not in continuity anymore, but if you actually play the Force Unleashed games, how Galen Merrick, who played who was Starkiller, basically was used as a tool, and he became good, and he wanted to kill Vader at the end of the first game / book, and he was talked down. If you read the Legends material, Luke has a son. His name is Ben. His name is Ben Skywalker, and his mom is Mara Jade. Mara Jade gets killed by Luke's nephew, right? And Ben and Luke are fighting Jason / Darth Gitus, and he basically has him knocked down, and Luke's like, no. And Ben's like, well, we have him. This is, if you strike him down in anger, you lose, right? Because it's so emotional at that point, because as soon as he strikes him down, he will potentially become instantly on the dark side. So a Jedi can take someone out in defense, but if it's a personal thing, it's not good. So
and of course, Jaina had to take out her brother at the end, and that took a lot out of her because he tempted her a lot.
That scene is heartbreaking, by the way. Recommend, actually, throw there, I'm sure I mentioned this, guys. If you are curious of any of the Legends materials, seek out the Legacy of the Force, not Legacy the comic book, but Legacy of the Force. It's about 10 books long. And then there's one called The Millennium Falcon, which kind of ties in the next one called the Fate of the Jedi. But Legacy of the Force was the book series that tried to tie together all of the novels up to that point, 30 plus years, and the comic books. And if you don't know, they fill you in. And that's where I started, and I went back. But in 9 or so novels, they fill you in with 30 years. And how dare do the writers and producers say they didn't get influences from the books? Like, it's right there in that series, yeah. Like, there's so many parallels.
So we rewind now and go back to the episode 1 of Obi-Wan. We get past the whole Order 66 scene, which I think, like you, it's basically to set up kind of introducing us to Reva as a kid and what happened to her, which kind of gives an explanation to later on when we kind of get an explanation of how she ended up in the Inquisitors. We end up on Tatooine, and if I remember correctly, and I probably got it mixed up in my head because I got 10 million things going through my head. I think we start out with the Inquisitors showing up, and they land in this little town, and They're there hunting a no. We start out with Obi-Wan in the cave, don't we? If I remember correctly.
Let me pull it up real fast here.
But anyway, there's a scene where the Inquisitors show up in the town and they're hunting a Jedi. And you instantly think that it's Obi-Wan they're looking for, but it turns out it's not.
Yes. Yeah, they're in Anchorhead.
Yep.
And the 3 Inquisitors show up, yeah.
And they're looking. Who was it they were looking for? It was
I can't remember his name, but he's an original character too. And again, don't get too attached, right? So yeah, without reading someone else's review, but they're looking for another guy who's in his 20s, who was probably I'm positive he wasn't in that group of kids at the beginning, because I think Reba would have recognized him. Also, he had distinctive tattoos or like facial markings. So I think he was probably out fighting as a Padawan somewhere, and he escaped. Because it's never really been stated on how many Jedi actual masters. Obi-Wan is the only one that they're actual master that they're aware of, because Yoda is either considered dead or missing, and Obi-Wan's the only one that's never been confirmed.
Yeah, and the Grand Inquisitor comes off, who is played by Rupert Friend, which does a fantastic job.
I enjoyed his portrayal, and the biggest issue I've heard is he looks so much different than what the species was initially portrayed as. But I'm okay with the visual differences. Yeah, because the actor now, he's been a ton of stuff and voiced him on the cartoon. He played like Malfoy's dad in like Harry Potter. He played Captain Lorca in the first season of Discovery. He's been in a ton of stuff. But yeah, like how they're basically trying to flush out the Jedi by appealing or trying to appeal to their compassion. And yeah.
Yeah, Jedi are they had this weakness, right? Well,
yeah.
The Sith perceive it as weakness, where no matter what happens, they have to help. No matter what, they have to help. And these particular Jedi, outside of Yoda and Obi-Wan, aren't necessarily smart enough to not use their Force powers, and they carelessly are using their Force powers to help people, whether it's in Anchorhead or in other worlds. And that draws the attention. As the Grand Inquisitor says, word travels quickly in the galaxy, so they come there, and then there's a little bit of a squabble with when we get introduced to Reva. She, I think, is like asking, why are we hunting scraps?
Mm-hmm.
And the Grand Inquisitor says, because that's all that's left.
Well, they're even outwardly because she's being defiant to the Grandmaster, and I think it's the fourth brother. I can't remember the character's names now. But how she's being verbally defiant, and they're firing back because they're like at like one point they're like, basically, shut the hell up, right? It's like, let's do our thing. Well, like even in that scene too, where they flush him out, and she's ready to strike him down, but they're like, no, that's not our job. We want to take him back to interrogate him, and then we'll kill him. But she's just ready to slice him down, like right there and then.
That's where I start to wonder if she wasn't obviously indoctrinated properly into the Inquisitors.
I think that's what it is, because there's other characters that you can in the books where you can do a parallel, not a direct comparison, but a parallel, where because of whatever happened to her after Nightfall, she has this huge chip on her shoulder where she's just like enough, like she's so fixated on Obi-Wan that this is a waste of time for her, even though the Inquisitors are like, hey, maybe if we talk to these guys, even though we're evil, maybe we'll find the person you're looking for, but you're impatient.
that's where right now I've kind of got this. It just popped in my head. I think she was put into the Inquisitor order by Vader. I think Vader found her and sensed her hatred,
There you go.
a mutual hatred for the same person, and therefore he let her live, but turned her.
Potentially, he even told her who he was. So we'll have to see. But there's obviously a connection because the parallels in the books where a Star Killer was used as a tool, where he thought, oh, like him and Vader are going to be buddy buddy, and then we're going to take out the Emperor. But meanwhile, the Emperor always knew. Also, with the old continuity with like Mara Jade, how she was trained in secret.
By Palpatine.
Yeah. And to take out Luke, and Vader didn't really know about her. She was like the secret assassin. Also, with Darth Maul and Darth Tyrannus, or well, that's actually Darth. Well, it's actually Darth Tyrannus, who was Dooku. If in the books they were trained around the same time, but they didn't know about each other. Like Dooku, he was going to be like he was being more of like, I think the way the cities probably saw him was more of like this figurehead, and Maul was like a weapon, right? Yeah, because they had planned this war conflict out for decades. So yeah, and then yeah.
I never thought Palpatine really appreciated Maul, because Maul was the actual son of a Night Sister, which are basically the embodiments of dark side energy.
Actually, sorry, theory there. Yeah, because like the Night Sisters and with the whole like Sisters of Dathomir, and the species he is too. It's called
Zabrak. Zabrak.
I thought it was a Thorian.
No, he's a Zabrak.
Sorry, Zabrak. Yeah. Now, depending on which planet you're from, they have natural lines, and some of them have natural coloring. But on that planet, there was the yellow and the red, which they go into the Savage Opress, who was like a clan brother of his. He wasn't a direct brother, but there was no female Zabraks. But you're right, though. Yeah, because remember in the cartoon series, they're not really bred, but there's no females. Yeah. But in one of the old comics, how he got the red and black coloring was actually Sith tattoos. Now, that's the old continuity before they changed it, because in the Legacy comic book series that takes place like several hundred years after the events of the movies. It's like Cade Skywalker is supposed to be like Luke's like great grandson or something like that. But there's the Sith Empire has come back, but they've gone back to the Sith tattoos, which is like the red and the black and all that stuff. So, but like the whole like Night Sister thing, because he was a tool. Like he basically went to, I think it's like Mother Talzin, and says basically it's like, I need a weapon, right? Yeah. So she's like, here you go.
Yeah, here's my son.
Sorry, I'm going on a tangent here, but did you see the trailer for the new Willow series?
No, I haven't.
Okay, it doesn't spoil anything. A lot of the original actors are back, which I think is fantastic. But you've seen Willow, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how he can tap into basically a magical force. Can you tell me that whatever planet he is on is not in the Star Wars universe, potentially millennia before the movies? Like,
so you're saying there could be a Willow Star Wars crossover?
Yes, I'm flat going to say it. If they threw in some subtle hint about quote unquote the Force, and just didn't like talk about the other stuff, because this is supposed to be like way before like like thousands and thousands and thousands of years before, right? So I'm thinking like they could, because it's both, they're both a Lucasfilm like property, right? So if they throw a little piece of dialogue or even just the smallest thing in there to tie it together, that will make me the happiest person in the world. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
Mad Mark again takes on Luke
Yeah.
Skywalker.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Actually, I can't remember her name, but the redhead woman who was supposed to be the adopted daughter of the witch, she's back. Unfortunately, Val Kilmer, because of his not because of his throat cancer, he's not going to appear as far as I know. But apparently, he did film a scene in the new Top Gun movie, and he will make an appearance.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, Iceman.
And I highly recommend, guys. It's on. I think it's on Amazon Prime. It's called I Am Val Kilmer. Watch it. It is a fan. Like, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel sad. It's an amazing. It was actually written by Val Kilmer, and it was narrated by his son, and his son's voice is very close to his. So it's eerie. But it's basically his career up to now. He talks about his throat cancer and how he lost his voice. Like, one of his major attributes as an actor, he lost. And it's highly recommended, guys.
So we go from there, and then we're okay. So they let the Jedi go, where he escapes while her and the Grand Inquisitor are bickering back and forth about should they kill him, should he live. So he, what was it? He uses the Force real quick, a Force push or something, and then he gets away.
Like, like he knocks in an awning or something like that. Yeah.
Then we fast forward, and we are in this cave. You kind of see from the distance there's this Eope out front, which is the same. Basically, it's the horses of Tatooine, and it's the same one that I would think Obi-Wan used when he took Luke to the Lars residence.
I believe it is, because just before that, we actually see Obi-Wan. He's working as this butcher meat processor for this giant sky shark that's been shot down.
Yep.
Cuts out the small piece of meat, and I'm thinking, oh, he's going to get busted, right? And then the whole thing about compassion is, sorry, this is part of my theory, where like he had to shut down because the guy in front of him, like, being paid in food, right? And because it goes into the thing with like Rey, how she's being paid in food is like, it's like a half portion, full portion, all stuff. And he says, "Oh, it's only half. Like, I have a family to feed." And the gang boss punches him. And it's like say another word, like it won't be anything, whatever he says. And Obi-Wan just kind of has to stand there, and he's just like, "You got a problem?" And he says, "No," because he had to shut down, and that goes against what he is and who he was. So he's a broken person at this point because he's had to shut off. He can't use his abilities to help in any way. He can't help anybody because it might attract attention. And his only goal right now is to survive, to train Luke. Because when he finally goes back to Anchorhead and he finds the Obi, he looks at him, and it's almost like it's like a hello old friend. You're pretty much the only person. Well, not the only person, but he's. I think he looks at it and he's like, that was like the start of my new life. Yeah. So.
Well, that leads me into him when he gets back to the cave. He makes his meal of whatever the hell that was he was eating.
Actually, looked kind of tasty.
But we get introduced to a Jawa trader by the name of Tika. Yep. And Tika comes in and sells, it looked like an Imperial shuttle toy of some.
That I know what that is. It's a T-16 Skyhopper.
Okay.
When he refers to okay, so in New Hope, he's sitting there, and they're like, you have to shoot a proton torpedo. There's a difference into the shaft that's no more than 2 meters wide, and it's also the speeder. Now, if you watch, it's in the newer versions. It's actually on the Disney Plus. So the room where they're filming, the garage where he's cleaning the droids. In New Hope, Luke is kind of leaning back and he has the shuttle thing. He's going back and forth. So that's supposed to be the same thing. If you look past the garage, you see a angled panel with like a triangle in the back. That's the T-16. That's also the speeder he sold. No, sorry. It was a different thing. But that's when he would fly through Baker's Canyon to take out Womp Rats. So that was a toy version of what he eventually learned how to fly in. And in continuity, the T-16 is a very similar. I basically set up as like the X-wing, so that's why he was able to fly the X-wing so easily. Yeah.
Okay, well that makes sense because I thought it looked. I was like, dude, is that one of the Imperial shuttles? And now that you've mentioned that old scene, I'm like, oh, he was playing with that T-16 Skyhopper back in that scene when he was cleaning the droids. It makes sense, but so him and Tika have this weird relationship where Tika brings him whatever he needs, and then he had that evaporator in there, and I thought this was kind of funny how Tika was stealing parts off of the evaporator just to sell them back to Obi-Wan because that's what Jawas do. They're underhanded.
It's like someone stole a part. You're in luck. Really, Tika. Yeah, it's like he at least could have cleaned it. Oh, cleaning costs extra. Yeah, actually, I think Tika is a character. Either the name, not necessarily the character, but the name. Is from another Jawa from like a comic book. I can't remember. It probably never figured it out, or it just sounds so familiar.
Yeah, but it shows that Ben Obi-Wan, streets of Canada are rolling hot.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on the last few days. Like I live about 2 blocks away from an ambulance dispatch. So you hear stuff, but also in my town, it's relatively small. So you hear them halfway across town, right? So and my door's open too, or they're coming to get me too. I don't know. So,
are you responsible for murders in Texas? It was a film.
I'll tell you. I told you about being pulled over in Texas, right?
No.
I'll tell you that later. Okay, I'll tell you that at the end. Okay?
But so we get past the Tika who sells him the toy, and of course gives him back his part for his moisture evaporator.
It's actually an evaporator. It's actually supposed to bring moisture out of the air.
Yeah. Evaporator. And we then go to a scene where Obi-Wan is sitting up on this cliff, and he's looking out over the Lars residence, and he's watching.
It's in the trailer. It's in the trailer.
Yeah. And of course, there's young Luke, who's 10 years old now, and he's out there with Uncle Owen. And
actually, just before that, it was actually that night after he talks with Tika, he has the
PTSD. He's flashing back to the Clone Wars and his fight with Anakin, and I forgot that he tries to commune with Qui-Gon, but to no avail. Because he's cut himself off from the Force so much.
Rumor has it that Liam Neeson hopefully will show up as a Force ghost at some point because side note, did you hear about the announcement called Tales of the Jedi?
Yeah, which is an old Dark Horse comic book series.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But they're supposed to tell. They're either supposed to be adapting the comic book series and adding stories that take place before, for the Phantom Menace. So so Liam Neeson has come back and done voiceovers for stuff, famously in The Rise of Skywalker, where actually if you do the breakdown, there's a list you can find of all the voices the actors that played them, but also the characters they're supposed to be seeing. They even have the woman who voiced Ayla Secura come back and do a voice. And Ayla Secura, she was the blue Twi'lek with at that end getting killed on Felucia. The movie, she had no lines, but they brought back that character, or the actual like voice actor, which I thought was fantastic. But like Liam Neeson talking about the only thing I don't, going to like the Mandalorian and all stuff. The only thing I didn't like, I'm over it now, but the voice actors that did Ahsoka. Now I guess she's supposed to be in her 40s and a bit older, a bit wiser and stuff. But that voice actress created that character. So when you first start watching the Clone Wars series, Ahsoka Tano wasn't a very well-loved character. Now she's one of the most beloved characters in recent Star Wars history because her story evolved. But the actress even said that she, working with Dave Filoni and stuff like that, where she wanted to evolve to be this mature character. And she's beloved now, but you go back and watch that original like Clone Wars animated movie, it's horrible. Like, you don't like this character at all, and then afterwards you're like, don't die, don't die, don't die. Right?
Well, she was that annoying kid character.
Yeah.
It's hard to do in a movie and make people like it.
The only thing I don't like is that actress. I think she's about 40 or so, maybe a little bit older. I don't know if they ever approached her to reprise her role in a live action. But it's just because her voice, to me, the voice isn't Ahsoka, right? I love Rosario Dawson's like this very subtle portrayal of it. But just initially when I first saw it, I'm like, that's not Ahsoka because that's not Ahsoka's voice. So yeah,
I still think Rosario Dawson nailed it, though. I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah. Her movements, because she worked with Dave Filoni, her movements in that, like where she draws her lightsabers, and it basically looks like she's pulling them apart. I'm like, oh my god, like that episode called The Jedi. I'm like, okay, go on. I actually had mixed feelings about Dave Filoni being involved with the live action series because he made some amazing cartoon episodes and then some really bad cartoon episodes. And then he got involved with Jon Favreau and all stuff. And then all of a sudden he wrote and directed The Jedi. And I remember turning to my wife saying, give him a movie now. because as I don't have a lot of dislike for Star Wars, like I kind of take everything like either accept it. I am critical on certain things, but I was very critical on Dave Filoni's decisions. But then the stuff that he came up with later, I'm like, oh my god. So I'm really, really enjoying everybody who's involved either on screen or off screen of this entire series.
So we move from that, and this is the part that I liked. Well, we see Luke and Uncle Owen, and Luke is very mischievous like his father, obviously. Yeah. And he goes and hides, and Owen and Beru are looking for him, and we see him up on top of the hut, and he is literally practicing how to drive a pod for pod racing. He's got those same hand movements, forward, back, and all that stuff.
Also, if you notice, it's a little deep cut thing, but if you watch a lot of stuff, when you see Anakin / Vader fly anything, he always turns to the left. Now, I may be wrong, but Luke, when he's on top of the hut, he turns to the left. I don't know if that was just a happy coincidence. But sorry, going back to what I was talking about with how Obi-Wan was trying to call out to Qui-Gon. My theory is because you watch The Rise of Skywalker, how Luke cut himself off from the Force. And that's what ended up eventually killing him, because he had cut himself off for so long, and then he projected him out to basically buy them time. But because Obi-Wan has not necessarily intentionally cut himself off from the Force, but he's cut himself off from being who he is. That's why I think he's having a hard time connecting with Qui-Gon, because he's not opening up to like the living force.
Because he's afraid.
Yeah, he's either afraid or he's afraid he's doing that, but he doesn't realize that he needs to be open to talk to him, because he needs guidance, but at the same time he says, well, I need guidance, but I need to hide. He can't have it both.
Well, I've always thought this. There was such a brother connection between him and Anakin. He opens up to the Force at least a little bit. Anakin's going to sense him. It doesn't make a damn where he's at in the galaxy. Anakin's going to home in on that.
Yes. Well, okay, spoiler, going to the end when he is told that he's still alive.
And when he mumbles Anakin's name under his breath, and Anakin senses it.
They don't do it too much in the movies, but when somebody has a strong, well, they did it where Vader called out to Luke, and Luke also called out to Leia at the end of Empire Strikes Back. But Luke and Vader are actually talking to each other, or at least he can hear what he's saying. And then Luke calls out to Leia, and then she's like, "Oh," like at that time he didn't know who Leia was. And if I, but the whole Force connection thing, again, it's in the books where Leia can call out to her kids. She can actually talk to them across the galaxy in real time. So, but yeah, because there was such a close thing, because even though there's supposed to be about an 8-year or so gap between them for age, because Obi-Wan in episode 1 is supposed to be about 18 years old, and Anakin's supposed to be about 10, and then it's 10 years later, and he's about he's supposed to be 8 or 10, and then Anakin's supposed to be about 18, 19 years old. And that's when he married Padme, and Padme is supposed to be about like 24 or so. So she was always a little bit older than him. But yeah, even at the end, it's like, "You're my brother, Anakin." Right? Because in the cartoon series, I haven't caught up with the new stuff, because I wanted to go back and rewatch everything. But Ahsoka considered him a brother too, and in the Rebel series, where she figures out who Vader is, it's kind of heartbreaking, because she's so overwhelmed, and even Vader's like, "Oh, so she's still alive too." So yeah. Because he's scared, because he wants to protect Luke, but he doesn't want to be found. So,
and that's where, get my train of thought back here.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. He runs into Owen in Anchorhead.
Yeah, because
that next day,
that night, because he left the model of the shuttle.
Yeah.
And Owen, actually, sorry, tangent again, the original novelization of Star Wars, if anyone can find it, I'm not lying, it's implied that Owen and Obi-Wan are related, possibly either half brothers or cousins. And to me, I think they are. I think they are either distant cousins, but I do believe that they are still related.
Well, it's never really been explained where Obi-Wan came from, because he was dropped on the doorstep of the Jedi Academy.
Apparently, he's from a planet called Stewjon. The reason why that happened is because the comedian Jon Stewart was interviewing George Lucas, and he says, like, "Hey, like, where's he from?" He's like, "Oh, Stewjon." So technically, that's actually continuity now. But the original novelization, the old 1977 novelization, it's implied that Obi-Wan and Owen are blood related, or not necessarily blood, but related somehow. And I honestly, they won't do it, but I honestly think it would be a neat thing to kind of imply even in the live action series, because he doesn't want anything to do with the Jedi, because he saw what it did to Anakin, and the fact that he was his master and his friend and his brother, basically, the connection that he had with Anakin's mom, because his dad married his mom.
Yeah, it took Owen's stepmom away, who was probably the only mother he ever had.
Yeah.
And then Clegg Lars lost everything, and he died from heartbreak, obviously, and there's young Owen and his young wife Beru having to carry on by themselves. And then they get this kid dropped off on their doorstep out of the blue,
Which we haven't seen Brew yet though, but the fact that they actually brought back, I'm sorry, I don't remember the actors' names, but the original actors from episode 2 and 3. It's actually back
Bonnie Piassi and Joel Edgerton.
Yes, I know and the fact that they have appropriately aged too, because they're about 40. Well, the actor played Owen. He's got to be in his late 30s now, or maybe even older. Actually, I think he's older than me. He's probably in his 40s. Yeah.
He's more my age, I think, around 45, 46.
Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. Right. What was going to was how.
Well, the thing I noticed was with Owen and Obi-Wan, Owen hates him. It's very apparent that he hates him, but at the same time, he, I guess, respects him. I don't know how that works. I think
I think what it is he understands that Luke is important, but he doesn't want to hurt the kid, because
he thinks that all Ben wants him for is a tool. Yeah.
And like to him, he's, he's his son basically, right? So remind me later about the Vader Padme and Palpatine thing at the end. I remember where I was trying to go with that, but I got sidetracked.
So after that scene, that little exchange between Owen and Obi-Wan, which it's very heated, and I was looking forward to that because I always wanted to know on screen what Owen and Ben's relationship was like, because it obviously wasn't chummy at all.
He knew, as far as that Ben was still on planet, because it's even in the original movie too, where it's like Luke knew about Ben / Obi-Wan, but he always thought of him some crazy hermit that lived out in the Dune Sea, right? And even in the new comic books, Luke either crashed or broke down or whatever it was, and Ben helped him out. Because he was always kind of like his guardian angel. So.
Yeah, and he used to keep Tusken Raiders away from the Lars homestead.
Yeah.
And in the old Obi-Wan book, the way Obi-Wan kept in shape, he actually would go fist fight Tusken Raiders to keep in shape. So they changed that, obviously. But then we see the Inquisitors come back and Reva shows back up. And this is the part that confused me.
Just before that, we actually cut over to Alderaan.
Yeah. So we go to Alderaan and we get introduced to Miss Vivian Lyra Blair, who plays a young 10-year-old Leia Organa. And I'm going to tell you, that kid killed it.
She's adorable. So let's go back to let's go to the after the confrontation with Owen and Obi-Wan, then we'll go back to Leia.
And I'm sorry I messed that up, but anyway, so the Inquisitors show back up, and they of course find the Jedi that they had been looking for, which Obi-Wan had met him out in the desert, and we forgot to mention that. This Jedi recognized him. He goes, Master Kenobi, and he goes, I don't know who you're talking about. He clearly was playing like, I don't know who you're talking about. He goes, what happened to you and all that? And then finally, Obi-Wan opens up and just tells him, he's like, stop helping people and hide.
And just before that, he's basically going, look, kid, pick up what I'm throwing down, right? So, and he's like just hide. Well, not really hide, but just live your life, but different, right? Yeah. So he says, because like he says, like, well, like, what about the fight? He's like, what fight? It's over. Like, like,
we lost.
yeah, like the phrase that keeps coming up is like, is like the Jedi are all but extinct, right? And like, I think that's even in like the New Hope. So,
Well, we get to that, and that Jedi, didn't they have him hanging outside of Anchorhead at that point? He
yeah.
was already hanging, and everybody was seeing it.
No, that was a little bit later.
Yeah, that was a little bit later, but Reva approaches
Owen.
Lars
Oh
or
yeah.
Owen, and this is the part that confused me. Being that she has such a strong affinity to mind probe people, how come she didn't pick up on the fact that Owen knew Obi-Wan,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that he had the offspring of Anakin Skywalker in his house?
I have 3 theories on that. One, Reva may be able to pull the information out of people that are weak-willed, and Owen's a very strong-willed person. 2, Reva was so emotional at that point she didn't think of doing that. And 3, writing. So I think it was definitely a way to advance the plot. But I think she was too emotional in that. And at that time, I can't remember. She said she was actually looking for Obi-Wan, but she's still looking for Obi-Wan, but she still has this other job to do. But when later on, when she's looking for him, she's looking for him. She knows he's there. She doesn't know he's on Tatooine at this point. But again,
she goes as far as she defies the fifth brother, who was basically the right hand of the Grand Inquisitor, and basically tells everybody in town, if you do not give up Obi-Wan Kenobi or any Jedi for that matter, I'm going to kill Owen Lars
actually
and his entire family.
Reva says that, not the fifth brother.
No, that's what I'm saying. Reva says that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it pisses off the fifth brother, and
he's like, "Come on!" Right? So, yeah, like and then he confronts her about that later on, basically saying, "It's like, would you calm down?" It's like you're still fixated on him. Like, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. He's gone, and she's like, "No, he's not." He's like, "We have this other job to do to find other Jedi. Like, there are more fish in the sea," kind of speech, kind of thing, right? It's like, yeah, it'd be great to get them, but the thing is like, by finding these other ones, they'll hopefully flush out the other Jedi. Or because even at this point, there's also the very, very early beginnings of the Rebel Alliance, but very early, because this is 10 years later, in the Rebel Alliance when they start taking form, and the whole like BBY, which is like Battle of Yavin. So year 0 is like New Hope. So this takes place 10 years BBY, so 10 years before like the New Hope, and because between episode 3 and episode 4, it's supposed to be 20 years.
In that game, Star Wars Fallen Order, it was what's his name? Cade.
Yeah.
Anyway, wasn't he one of the ones that helped put the original
Rebel I've never
Alliance
played it,
together?
but from what I understand, because like there was small cells and then finally got organized, because finally Rogue One, which takes place literally days before. But the stuff with the Rebel series is supposed to take place about, I think, less than 5, but more than 3 years before. Like for the events of New Hope slash like Rogue One. Apparently, with the new Andor series, there's supposed to be like 24 episodes, so 2 seasons of 12, and apparently the last episode is supposed to lead up literally like days before Rogue One. They've already revealed that they're basically going to tell a prequel of that movie over like 2 seasons, which is pretty cool. And that's supposed to take place because it's supposed to be like the end of Rogue One is literally within 6 hours of the beginning of New Hope. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you play and I'm going back to Force Unleashed, which was an awesome game, by the way.
I loved it. I loved it.
When you play that, Galen Merrick was actually the one that brought the Rebel Alliance together.
Yeah.
Him and Leia, a teenage Leia.
I actually, part 2, because it was meant to be a trilogy. It was totally meant to be a trilogy, because especially if you read the book or play part 2, it ends abruptly, because either ending could be canonical still, but part 1, I think it still fits within the continuity of the original, with like a few altercations or like with like a few things that you could change up, but Bail Organa was already involved at this point. Garm Bel Iblis, who was another founder, and Mon Mothra, who was supposed to show up, the same actress who played her in The Revenge of the Sith, is supposed to be coming back and playing her again too, which I think is fantastic. But there was something called it was a cut scene in episode 3, but it's in the book. I think it's called the 200 or the 2000 or whatever it is. Basically, it's the group of people, like the official opposition. Like if you go to like the British Parliament, it's like the loyal opposition. Basically, like we're loyal to the government, but we want the opposing voice. Like we want the option. And unfortunately, that was cut from the movie. But Padme and Bail Organa and Mon Mothra, and they were the ones that actually were part of that group. So at this point, the Senate is still a thing, because they even refer to it in like New Hope. It's like and Tarkin comes in and says like, oh, like the Emperor dissolved the Senate, so that everyone's basically out of a job. And he's like, at that point, the Emperor just takes full control. They even say that he's like, well, the one character, he's like, well, how is the Emperor going to maintain control without the bureaucracy? And he says, make them like the moths. I'm sorry, I'm nerding out. But anyways, at this point, there still is small resistance cells, but nothing organized, which they go into in the Rebel series, like for the animated like Rebel series. So at this point, Ahsoka is still out there, obviously. And I think the Ahsoka Tano novel takes place around this time. Also, this is supposed to be within the same year as Solo. So that's happening at the same time. So.
Yeah, because Han was much older than Leia and Luke.
He was well, actually, in real life, he was 31 or 32.
And they were like 20. Well, they were what, 24, 25 at the time of Yavin?
I think, what was it? In continuity, Luke and Leia are supposed to be 20. Han is supposed to be about 30 in the original film. In actuality, Carrie Fisher was 18, and Mark Hamill, I think, was 21, and Harrison Ford was about 31. So
yeah, and Harrison Ford was a carpenter. He was a set carpenter. Who was just reading for the part. And I guess at first, they actually were going to give that part to Kurt Russell at first. That's just a little knowledge nugget there for you. They were going to give it to Kurt Russell, but because Harrison done so awesome every time, Lucas was like, hey, you've been in American Graffiti. You want to be in this? You know?
And hilarity ensued,
And a lot of people don't know William Catt was supposed to be the original Luke Skywalker, Mr. Greatest American Hero.
I didn't know that.
I'm walking on air.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep, William Catt.
God. So let's go back to where we first meet Leia.
Yep, so we go to Alderaan, which looked beautiful, by the way. The way that, I mean, the whole CGI for that looked awesome. And we meet this young, spunky, little 10-year-old, cute little girl named Leia.
She is adorable. Her performance is fantastic. Her look is spot on. A combination between her acting choices, the writing, the wardrobe, and just the whole situation, and the way that she delivers dialogue is just like, oh my god, here's a phone book. Can you just talk more, please? Like, oh, she's just so wonderful. And sitting there with my wife, and I'm going, I want a dog like that. And she says, yeah, I do too. So, different life situations, but my wife was and still is mischievous, even though she keeps it low key. I like, there's the scene later on where it's like, why are you so stubborn? And she's like, no, I'm not. And I looked over my wife, and I literally poked her, and she started to laugh. So my wife to me is Princess Leia. I know that sounds cliche, but she is my Princess Leia. And I saw her, and I'm like, is that what you were like when you're 10 years old? She's like, a little bit. So.
Well, the thing I loved about the way Vivian Blair, the young actress that played Leia in this, the way she played it was spot on, because she has all the mannerisms of Anakin and all the mannerisms of Padme. She's very rebellious. She doesn't like the whole being cooped up in a castle. She doesn't like being a princess. She craves and wants adventure, which is everything her father and mother was all about. So she is her mother and father's daughter.
And
100%.
Even though she's being rebellious at that point, she knows she has a sense of responsibility.
Yeah, she's got a lot of. She's more Padme than she is Anakin.
Yeah, because even later on, I like started trying to skip forward that scene. How like Obi-Wan like you remind me of somebody, and he's referring to Padme, right? So it's just that quick scene because she switches out who you think it's Leia getting dressed up for this meet and greet like diplomatic thing, and it turns out to be one of her like handmaidens kind of thing, right? And like the little girl who's pretending to be her, she's like, "Oh, I thought you'd be amusing," and like the other ones are going,
shows the hand, and the hand's all veiny and white,
and then the three older ones are like, she made us do it. So because she has this ability not to manipulate, but to basically say, hey, I'm gonna never really get her way, but she had a way of like convincing them, and they still went along with it, right? So
well, she has force abilities, and I think she knows how to use. Well, she has them, but I don't think she really knows what she's doing. But she's very much able to kind of like Jedi mind trick, but in a way that she can make people do what she needs them to do.
There's a thing where if you're a Doctor Who fan, how the Doctor, it's never, they explore it kind of, but how like every episode, how he just kind of shows up and people are like, okay, you're here, let's figure this out, right? They don't ask, okay, you're a dude that showed up in this big blue box kind of thing. The Doctor has this psionic psychic ability, basically put people at ease and just accept it. So I don't know if it's a willing thing. I don't know if that's even in like the Star Wars lore, but she has a way of convincing people politely. But also it could be because she was raised to be a senator, to your right, and a leader. And yeah, just whenever she was on screen, especially in the rewatch, I'm like, this is the best part of the series so far. I'm absolutely loving what they do with this character. So if it was the choice of the actress, amazing. Now it could have been with like acting coaches and whatnot, because you're talking about how she emulates or embodies characteristics of the other characters. Now that is definitely through the writing. Now either through acting choices of the actress, but probably with like acting coaches basically should say, okay, try it this way, right? But the fact that this young, wonderful little person is, I'm like, that's Carrie Fisher. Like that is Princess Leia. I'm like, I was blown away. I was just so happy, like whenever she was on screen.
Well, this kid's had some work. I mean, she was in Sandra Bullock's Bird Box. So this ain't
Oh, I
yeah,
thought I recognized her.
this ain't
Oh,
her
that's
first
why.
rodeo.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So
you
she's
know,
okay. Yeah.
so
Yeah,
she's
she's fantastic. Yeah. So like it's one of those things where it's like it's the quality versus quantity. I wish her a long, prosperous career, but if this is all she does before she becomes a teenager in high school age, pretty amazing, eh? So yeah.
now get this. This child is, let's see, when was her birthday? So she's around 12, 11, 12. I'm looking at her stuff right now. She is actually a credited producer on Heritage Day, which was a short that's in post production right now, and she is the executive producer for that.
She knows her stuff.
So this is
Wow.
quite possibly one of those acting phenoms that comes along.
Prodigy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
prodigy.
Yeah. Wow.
So you can clearly tell she did her homework. She watched Natalie Portman and Carrie Fisher
Yes.
a lot
Yeah.
because that performance she had all of those things that Portman and Fisher brought to their respected characters, which were basically mirror images of one another, just had different
Yes.
themes.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was. I mean, some people complain because some people don't like having kids in shows, but to me, I think it's great because I always wanted to see Luke and Leia as children. I wanted to
Yeah.
see what their upbringings were like. I think they're not going to necessarily play too much with Luke. I think they're going to kind of leave Luke alone. But because here's the thing: when you watch Episode 4, The New Hope, Leia knows Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
She knows him. She said, "You served with my father in the Clone Wars," so she's known of Obi-Wan pretty much her entire life. So,
there's even a quick line at the end of Rogue One, when what was it? Bail basically says, "I'm going to send somebody to find a Jedi," right? He's sending his daughter, and then finally you see her at the end. You realize, oh shit! Like this all ties together. Like, who knew, right? I think as a diplomatic thing, I don't think she. The only continuity I think was she wasn't appealing to him. She was appealing to him directly, but it was a formality where she was saying like, "Oh, like you served with like my father," kind of thing, basically. And then finally at the end, it brings new meaning to the "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope," because when she made that recording, she couldn't. At the time, because when Vader captures her, right, she didn't really reveal that she knew where Obi-Wan was. She was going to see if she could find him. But I think hopefully they go more into it, because I think the help me, we'll see in the series, the whole phrase "help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope" is going to have more meaning, because she can't flat out say, okay, 10 years ago this happened, right? Because at that time,
10 years ago, I was captured by Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers and taken to Dio.
I love the fact that he basically had this one cameo. I saw him like, oh, it's Flea, sweet. But I think because when you watch, because actually after I rewatched the series, I went back and watched the hologram thing, right? And I'm like, they could play around with that, because initially I'm like, oh, okay, well, she doesn't know who Obi-Wan is in the original hologram. I'm like, wait, she does, but she's being diplomatic, right? Because that's the role she's supposed to be playing at that time. Because she's not supposed to be this potential leader or member of like rebellion. She's a member of the Senate, right?
And only the members of the not to cut you off, and I apologize, but only the members of the rebellion knew that Ben was Obi-Wan. They were the only ones that were privy to that information. Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, especially.
Yeah, I don't think everyone knew who was who, because they tried to figure it out in Rebels, where like where they're like, well, there was other Jedi around the time, like Ahsoka was around, but she was on another mission where I can't remember what book it was, but it takes place after the 3 original movies, and basically someone said, well, where were you? And the simplified version was, this wasn't our fight, like this wasn't our time, like this was meant for something else, right? How they keep talking about how Mace Windu might show up again, and even Samuel Jackson's joked around and says, like, I've learned how to sword fight left-handed. So, but people say, well, like if Luke was the last one, why are they introducing all these other characters? Because in I can't remember the book, I'm sorry, but they basically said that wasn't our fight. They're like, well, we could have used this. I know, but it wasn't our fight. So.
And then here's the thing too, Mace Windu's been through such a traumatic experience. He was already teetering on dark side. There's a chance he's probably turned.
Yep. There was an old podcast I used to listen to. It's called Slice of Sci-Fi back in the day. And long story short, because he was in so many different movies that basically it's like Samuel Jackson with like a robot arm, because he kept losing his right arm in so many movies, like in Jurassic Park, Star Wars, all that stuff, right? And then like the Nick Fury thing with the eye patch. Now, I don't have it here with me, but I used to do character mashups for action figures. I used a Mace Windu body. I had a robot arm, and he had the Nick Fury head, so he had an eye patch. I basically made this battle scarred Mace Windu because I'm like, I'm inspired by this. So yeah.
Well, his old purple lightsaber, Palpatine kept that, didn't he?
I'm not 100%. I can't remember from the books. But in the old continuity, now in the new continuity, the kyber crystals that are in the lightsabers are clear. And it's whatever attributes the Jedi / Sith bring to it will actually influence the color. Now, just focusing, I think there's 3 crystals, but there's the main crystal. Now this is one of those weird things because it's still kind of in canon, but not in canon. He had this ability called Shatterpoint, where he could look at an object and he could find a certain point. And basically, what the Shatterpoint is he could, using the Force, he could figure out how much pressure and where to hit to shatter something. So he could look at like this giant stone and walk up to it and basically just tap it, and the thing would just break. Actually, Darth Kaitis in the Legacy of the Force series had the same ability. He's fighting Mandalorians who had the Beskar armor. Actually, it's called Beskar Gam. Anyways, but he literally has this one Mandalorian like dead to rights, but it's like, like I have like armor on, right? He shuts off his lightsaber, he flips it around and goes, ting, and it just shatters, right? But how Mace had the dark side, because there was even a character called like the Dark Lady, and she did the more esoteric stuff, because if you go back to the Old Republic stuff, the Sith were a species, and then it became a philosophy. But they use alchemy, right? So because Star Wars is fantasy, let's face it, it's fantasy. But they used literal dark side magic, and that's where the Night Sisters come into too, right? So, but having other characters come back, but staying out of that fight, they had to have their reasons. And if they ever do find a way to bring in these other Jedi, they have to find a logical way for them to. Why weren't they there? Right. Like how like all of a sudden with like Marvel, where the like for the Eternals, which should have been a TV series, they're like, well, why did y'all fight Thanos?
Wasn't our fight.
but still didn't really answer it, right? But it was just like this one piece of dialogue. But like, you have to find a reason where like Windu, he could be mentally messed up. He could have been trying to meditate for like 8 years, right? So, or well, 28 years by that point. But yeah, so yeah, so all right. Well, anyways, back to the show.
Well,
So yeah, go on.
Well, we see her sitting up on that branch and she's naming all these ships, which is clearly an Anakin thing to do.
And apparently there's a ton of Easter eggs in there too. If you're like for like the old continuity and stuff, yeah.
Well, then she gets found and they bring her back to the palace, and her mom's upset with her. She's clearly a pain in the butt to her mother.
Yeah.
But,
and also the fact that they had the same actress come back too. I love it. Yeah.
Yep. And Bale, who's very mischievous, he and is played wonderfully by Jimmy Smits always.
Yes. It makes me so happy that they're able to bring him back too. Yeah.
And he comes in and he acts like he's going to lecture, but then he asks her, "What kind of ships did you see today?" And then the mom is like, "Don't encourage her, you know." And it's clear that Leia doesn't want to be part of that world. Mm-hmm. She has no interest in being part of it. And
the way that I got to, because she doesn't want to be part of that world, he loves her. Like, regardless if she's adopted, he is her daughter, and anyone out there that is adopted and your family loves you, doesn't matter where or who, like, doesn't matter if it's the same blood running through the veins, the fact that you are loved, right? And he's like, well, I know you don't want to be a senator, but he knows in some way, maybe not realizing that she has potential becoming a Jedi and stuff like that, but he knows where she came from, and he knows that she has potential to be a leader, right? And what was it, like the saying? It's like some of the best leaders are reluctant ones, and they're compelling characters and stories. But he wants her to be better, but he also knows that she's always going to have this rebellious side.
Well, I've always said this, even in the original trilogy, the prequel. Well, not necessarily prequel, because we didn't see Leia and Luke until the end. But as many times as I've watched the original trilogy and then this last trilogy that took place, and even with the first 2 episodes of this show now, I used to be like, it's safe to say, but now I am 100% sure, concretely, without a doubt, Leia could have been more powerful than Luke.
Yes, yeah.
There's no question in my mind.
There's a couple of one-offs. Actually, it's downloadable content in Force Unleashed 2, but there's a what if comic book where Luke dies on Hoth, and also some of the original rough drafts that have come out, how Luke refers to there is another. Or sorry, where like Yoda refers to is like there is another. Now in the original continuity, the original draft was Luke and Leia were or were not brother and sister, but Leia becomes the new Empress, and Luke goes off to find the quote unquote other. In Rise of Skywalker, there's the scene where she's training him, and she's literally just about to do the Jedi trial, right? And she stops because she has a vision of the future, and that's why she stopped her training. But she had the ability, but because of her bloodline or her sheer will, she could have been not physically, but more influential. Because there's different types of power, right? But yeah, I totally agree with you with that. Where like she was destined to be a leader.
Yeah, because when you really watch, she uses the Force without even trying to use the Force. Yeah. Where Luke, it was more of a strain, where he really had to train to really. Now, not to say that Luke was any less talented.
Yeah.
It's just that to me, Leia was more in tune with the
Yeah.
Force naturally than Luke was.
Well, the two main Jedi classes, which are still, again, this is Legends material, were the Guardian and the Consular. So basically, Guardian was more focused on fighting and helping and I guess basically protection. And that's what Luke initially trained as, but he ended up becoming a consular. With the consulars, usually have like a green lightsaber, kind of for, because Obi-Wan was originally a guardian, and Qui-Gon was a consular. So what they would usually do is they wouldn't necessarily pair up a master and a Padawan the same ability, because they wanted to see both sides. Because, yeah, you can be a fighter, but you have to know when to run away, or when to negotiate, or when it is appropriate to fight, or when it's appropriate to talk. So basically, it's in the old Knights of the Knights of the Old Republic game, where you're trying to figure out your class, and they ask you a series of questions, and they recommend a class to you. And one of the questions is like, there's a locked door. What do you do? And the options are basically, it's like, or it's like you're after a individual. You're not sure if they actually did what they were accused of, but there's a locked door in your way. What do you do? One of the answers is wait for them to come out, 2, bust it down, or 3, knock. Right? To try to have them come out. And the consular would knock. The guardian would
Bust it down.
or wait for him to come out, because he's more about protection, not necessarily actively going after it. A consular, which is a yellow lightsaber, which technically Rey is, seeks out injustice. So they're not really rogue, but they're kind of self-sufficient. They never really go into it in the movies that much, though. But Rey actually would be more of a sentinel kind of character with a yellow lightsaber.
Which is what the Grand Inquisitor was. He was a sentinel.
Yeah. Yes, he was. Oh, well, because he was one of the Sentinel guards. But in the old continuity, there was the Sentinel class, and basically they were the ones that would go out and basically going, okay, it's like not really enforcing the rules, but seeking out injustice, seeking out inequality, not using force to stop something before it happened, but basically saying, hey, I see these things that are happening, I need to intervene. And it was kind of a thing, because when the Galactic Republic not really had control, but basically they went to the Jedi saying, hey, like, you can't stop stuff from happening. It's almost like the Prime Directive in Star Trek, where like you have to kind of let things happen, and we have to use the diplomatic process. So that's why the class kind of got phased out, and then in a weird way kind of moved more into the Gray Jedi, where they tried to find the balance, but the consular would be more proactive.
And that's, I mean, a lot of people don't realize, well, if you've read the books and watched a lot of the series, especially Rebels, the Grand Inquisitor turned to the dark side because he wasn't allowed into the forbidden section of the library to view those holocrons. And that's why he turned to the dark side, because he felt like he was being denied knowledge.
Yeah. Because that's the way Anakin felt too. When you read the book, you hear his inner monologue where like he's being denied, not really power, but he's like, well, it's either one or the other. He's like, well, why? That's the whole binary thing with the Force. And it's like I think he even says something along the lines of like, well, they're supposed to be balanced. Well, he's supposed to be but also he's the prophesized one, or the chosen one. And he's supposed to bring balance to the Force, but he doesn't realize at the time, though, but he's not, with the way things are in place, he's not given the ability to bring balance. and he doesn't realize that he's like, oh, wait, I need to use the tools I have, but he doesn't have that clarity because he's so consumed about losing his loved one. So actually, quickly going back to the thing earlier, where Sidious said to him, it's like, or like Vader turned to Sidious and says, like, where's Padme? He says, like, in your anguish, you killed her. Now, looking back, it seems like a silly piece of dialogue and it's wrapped up really fast, but you actually look at, again, a different point of view. He had the dream of her dying, giving birth, and he was so afraid that he was going to lose his family that he made it come true because he was so consumed. And at the end, he thought, oh, like, you're only here because like Obi-Wan is, like, again, the binary thing, like, he didn't see the perspective of what he was doing was necessarily evil, because some of the best villains don't see themselves as evil. They're using a means. And at that point, now, I'm not blaming writing, I'm not blaming performances, I'm not blaming myself, I'm blaming editing. Now, not necessarily on the editor, but it not coming across like it should, because you could write something, right? And someone could perform it, but then another person who has nothing to do with the entire process, i.e. us, like the viewing audience, doesn't realize what that writer, director, producer process is. Because it has to be condensed. Like, that could have been a 4-hour movie. But that doesn't happen, unfortunately, right? Because if you could actually, again, the whole from a certain point of view thing. Now, again, going back why people don't like the prequels, because now it's many reasons, but if you take the time to either discuss it or read the books, or another point of view where it's like, oh, well, that's why the character did that. Like, you could do that with almost any popular movie where, like, you don't like something, or it's like, well, I didn't like that. We're like, well, tell me why, right? Like, there's certain movies I don't like. I don't like them because the performance, the writing, the story. I don't like the way it was shot, right? Everything else I loved. I just don't like the way it was shot. They're like, oh, okay. Well, I don't hate the movie. I just don't like the way it was shot. It's like, okay. But it's people like, well, I didn't like that. Well, tell me why. So, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Sorry, buddy.
no, I'm trying to think of what, it's like, I was trying to think of the best way to phrase this. So imagine, like, in, like, old, like, religious type of talk, Christianity type of talk, you go down and you make a deal with the devil,
Mm-hmm.
and hand the devil your soul to give you something in return.
Yep.
And that something that he promised to give you in return somehow was snatched away from you anyway. But guess what? Your soul still belongs to the devil.
Yep.
That's exactly why Anakin, to me, that was why Anakin was thinking in that moment was, I did all this to save her.
Mm-hmm.
And now look what I am.
Mm-hmm. Like he resented Palpatine. Did Palpatine lie to him? I don't think he necessarily lied to him. He maybe, like, exaggerated. Was he never going to give him teach him the ability to save his wife? We don't know, because that story hasn't been told.
No, according to what I've read, Palpatine wanted Padme out of the way anyway.
Yeah.
Because he knew that she would only be a thorn in his side.
That makes sense.
And he wouldn't be able to fully control Anakin.
Mm-hmm. It's in the Darth Vader novel, where it's actually his inner monologue, where he's sitting in, the chamber in The Empire Strikes Back, like the thing that, like, lifts up and, like, yeah. Anyways, it's him sitting there, and he feels how the suit wasn't made for him. Where, like, he can feel where, like, the robotic parts are digging into his skin. Actually, it's in two different novels where it's in the Darth Vader novel where it's just called Darth Vader, and also in the
Marvel Vader comics too. They make reference to
that,
it.
yeah, and also the Dark. No, hold on. Not the Dark Empire. What we were talking about, the one with Prince Shizor and whatnot.
Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah, where the reason why he never really fully healed wasn't because he was wounded. Is Sidious basically told him that, like, if you fully give into the dark side, your body will be healed. Now you won't regrow limbs and all stuff, but you won't be as reliant. But he would do a thing where, like, he would try to give himself over, but he would always be pulled back for some reason because of guilt, love, loss, for whatever reason. And there's a great scene where he basically has his mask off, and he can't breathe anymore. Like, he was breathing fine, but then he had a memory or a regret, and he needed air. So people are wondering why he died at the end of the Return of the Jedi. Well, one, he was wounded from the fight. Also, he basically took the full brunt of Sidious at that point. But at the end, because he was so damaged and wounded, he took the mask off. He chose to die, more or less, because he's basically like let me look at you with my own eyes. And Luke's like, well, you'll die. And he's like, I don't care. Like, I've done my job. I saved my son, right? So I'm just gonna switch out the battery here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a story. A story. It's basically a Shakespearean story. A lot of tragedy and redemption at the end.
Yeah. Well, it's a hero's journey because he has his journey where, like, he wants to go out to see the galaxy, and then all he wants is a family. And he thinks he loses his family, so he changes his priorities to be like the most powerful Sith Lord. And then he finds out, oh, I have a family, right? Like, not really. Well, he even said, like, what have I done in Revenge of the Sith when he takes out Windu? It's like, what have I done? Because he's led down a path that he wasn't meant to go down. So I don't know how many people in life can say that, like, it's like, well, I went down a path that wasn't meant to go down. I don't think anyone's supposed to go on a certain path, but it happens, right? So
yeah, he automatically knew too. He had just marked himself for death by killing a master.
Yeah.
So,
well, because he thought this is my only choice, right? So, anyways, we're going to deep dive into too many of the movies. I can talk about this for hours. Yeah. All right.
So we get from there and we get to the party. Look, guys, we're trying to teach you all we can about Star Wars, so I apologize.
2 hours in, man. 2 minutes in it, yeah. Right.
So we get to that part, and we get to the party that it's Bail Organa's brother.
Yes.
And
it's Leia's mom's sister.
Yeah.
So So I guess maternal aunt. Yeah.
So they are very arrogant and very pompous. They are very much about status and who they are. They're not like Bail, who's very loving.
The whole royalty thing with a Galderon, where it's like an elected position, but there is elites or like noblemen, and that family is like the Organas, and then whatever her mom's side is, are part of like the noblemen. But going back to the thing where Leia could have potentially been more powerful, her cousin's talking down to her. Yep. Like literally too, right? And then she looks up and is basically going, and she just like sees right through him, because she basically calls him out for basically saying, "You're just saying what you think your dad wants to hear, and like you're intimidated by him, like you're afraid of him, kind of thing. Like you're afraid of his disapproval." So yeah, and there's the quick thing too there, where like you were talking about how she could be more influential, and then afterwards there's the scene where they're in the apartment and they're basically looking at it, they're going, we're not mad. Right? Because, yeah, but you got to be nice. And they're trying to, what I took away from that scene was that moment, because she's being groomed to be a leader. And they're trying to basically say to her, says, okay, we're not mad, but you have to be more diplomatic to get your point across, because you just made someone upset. Now, if you did that in like an adult situation, call someone out for being a jerk, fists may fly or blaster bolts may start firing, right? Yeah. So they're basically going like, we're not mad, but this is the way you should have done it. So can you please go apologize to your cousin? It's like, I'm not doing it. It's like,
Well,
please.
they also know that she's also the daughter of a Jedi Knight, and that she doesn't understand. And Bail and his wife can't just come out and say, oh, you know this thing called the Force? It would scare that child to death if they were to come out and tell her this stuff.
And it depends, because what if she thinks, oh, I can use this to get my way?
And then she goes down the dark path.
Like, where does that stop, right? Yeah. So they have to help guide, not influence, but guide her to find her own path, but give her the mental tools to be powerful, basically, right?
And a lot of people that's watching or will watch later, if you are not really familiar with the actual lore of Star Wars, Leia and Luke at this point are way past the age of when they would have been taken to the academy and left.
It's like under 6.
Yes. So it's like just as soon as the baby pops out, off to the academy they go. You know, it's basically almost like that. And at this point, like Scotty's saying, if she starts to realize, and I didn't think of it that way, if she starts to come to realize, I can manipulate people's thoughts and minds, and I can get what I want, that's clearly dark side trait. And once she starts down that as a small child, it's going to be harder for her to come back from it.
Actually, that goes into the Darth Plagueis novel, talking about Palpatine, because he grew up on Naboo. This actually parallels a lot. Now, I don't know if Bail Organa knows the lineage or his journey, or really know who Palpatine is.
She's Palpatine.
Yeah, exactly. How he grew up as a nobleman, but he had Force abilities, but he wasn't aware of it. He would manipulate people, and he killed somebody, but his dad's like, I gotta cover this up, but he had the means and power, and then that kind of like, well, I can kill this guy just because I want to. I'm unstoppable because I'm rich. But then Plagueis realized, oh, he's not necessarily intentionally manipulating people, but he has dark side tendencies, and he has an ability. So right there, where Leia can read people, people can do that in real life, where they can talk to a person for like really briefly and get a good idea of what that person's. It's almost like a cold read, right? Now, wherever you feel about the whole like afterlife thing, like I used to work with somebody, she used to study Reiki. And that's the whole thing where it's the psychic massage where you don't actually touch somebody, like you manipulate their power energy. I'm a skeptic, I'm sorry. But she read me one time, and it kind of, initially I'm like, okay, I get it. But afterwards I'm like, okay, well, I've worked with her for a little bit. She's kind of known my personality. I'm a very open person for my heart, like my heart's on my sleeve kind of thing, right? But then afterwards I'm like, you're good, right? But I don't think she was doing it as like a malicious or a deceiving way. She genuinely thought she had an ability, right? Now, God, if that existed, awesome, right? But I just personally don't believe it. So, but if you do, all the power to you guys. Yeah, but the fact that she did this kind of like, but then a retrospect, you start thinking, okay, well, I told her this, and she kind of knows that about me. So that, and then she's probably using like facial cues because I was kind of like I was stunned because I didn't really know what it was at the time, and I'm like, okay, well I probably telegraphed that like a boxer like about to wind up, I guess. So yeah, it was bad. Yeah.
But it was not too long after that scene. That's where she runs away from the palace again instead of
Yeah.
apologizing.
Oh,
And she
yeah,
goes
yeah.
out into the woods, and that's where she encounters the bass player from the Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Yeah.
Flea,
And
which his name is Vec Nakru in this. But
yes. Actually, I saw a quick thing in there. C3PO and R2D2 do make a cameo, and apparently that is Anthony Daniels back in the suit. Yeah,
who they got playing R2 now, being Kenny Baker passed away.
It's there's no one in the actual.
Yeah, it's probably radio controlled now.
Yeah, but Grant Imahara, that was on MythBusters, who unfortunately passed away 2 years ago, and Adam Savage, both actually rebuilt the R2D2 for episode 1. And the one that Adam Savage worked on, he was actually telling a story on his podcast how he got the original non-actor version and he had to repipe the entire thing because the thing ran off compressed air. But Grant Imahara, actually, he worked for Lucasfilm for years. He actually helped develop redevelop, because I don't know if it's in the original trilogy, but he has this little blue kind of like LED square light. Side note, they end up using that same light in the engines for the ship that's in Galaxy Quest, and Grant Imahara actually built that too. But he helped build and control R2, because I think Kenny Baker, had he passed away before episode 1? I can't recall. Okay.
No. He was still around. Kenny Baker didn't pass away until probably like 10 years ago.
Because from what I understand for episode 1, he did some puppeteering. He wasn't actually in the suit, but they had a facade. And apparently he did some of the puppeteering. Now, how much that is actually in the movie, we don't know. But he apparently was on set. Because I'm like, I remember hearing something about that. But again, you don't know who was doing what. So, but there hasn't been a person in R2D2 probably since like Return of the Jedi. And even then, he only did a couple of walking scenes. And also, once you see it, you can't unsee it, where you can actually see his angles. Yeah. So, but if there's a 3-reel version, there's nobody in it.
And a lot of you horror nerds out there might not know this, but a lot of the actors and extras that Lucas got for the first Star Wars movie came from Hammer Horror Studios, or Hammer Studios.
Mm-hmm.
Most notably, Peter Cushing.
Yes. The forgotten Doctor Who. Yeah. So, oh wow. So after Leia gets kidnapped, Bail calls Obi-Wan, and he hears the
it's that old Nabooian communicator thing, or whatever it was.
And they're basically they're like, well, you're the only person we can turn to. And he's just like, well, not the man he's supposed to. So my theory is with this one, because the way that Ewan McGregor is portraying him, and also with the dialogue, and also later on, especially in episode 2, which we will get to, people, how he actually flat out says, I'm not the man I used to be, because he's cut himself off so much willingly. And he's like, well, I have to be here. Like, I can't go do this. And he's also afraid too, because if he gets caught, he can't be there for Luke. Like, I don't think he thinks Leia, I don't think he's discounting Leia, but he thinks, well, I'm just going to focus on the one, right? So cut to a little bit later on in episode 2, when he finally has to use his powers, it's painful for him, because he hasn't used the powers. And they do it a bit, well, like Luke does it a bit. Yoda has more control over it, but like when Luke is trying to lift up the the X-wing. Now, again, in the books, in the comic books, there's a physical toll when you use the Force. Like, it's not just will. Like, it can hurt you. So that's why when Palpatine, when he was shooting the lightning, he turned the way he turned. Now, there's two theories on this one, where he always kind of looked like that, and he at that moment he finally gave in to the dark side, and then that's what kind of altered him. How like the Sith eyes, when like he turned to be a Sith, like you get these gold yellow eyes. But at that point, he really let go. But also the fact he was being shot back to him, it altered him. So
well, they say that
toll.
they say that the dark side is almost like a give and take relationship.
Yeah.
So it grants you more power. It makes you way more powerful than a regular Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're more powerful than a Bendu, which is a gray Jedi.
Yeah.
But it tears your body apart.
Yeah.
Because when you look at every Sith, right up to even Darth Bane, his armor that people, if you ever go and you look at pictures of Darth Bane, was made out of living parasites on his body.
There were these lightsaber resistant beetles. Yeah.
And they would feed off of him, but they would also feed adrenaline back to him so he could stay powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Because without them, it prolonged him enough that, you know, it staved off of the degradation of the dark side, because the dark side just, for some reason, it just tears you apart. Like, look at Palpatine in Rise of Skywalker. He was far gone. Now,
there's Darth Cyan. Yeah, I think it's Cyan. That's in the Knights of the Old Republic series, and he's basically a walking corpse, and he feeds off of pain.
Darth Nihilus is basically just an energy being.
Nihilus too. Actually, the theory out there is, without that mask, like he didn't have a physical body anymore. Like he was just robes and a mask. Yeah. Like Nihilus fed off of like Nihilus is a cool character too. How he can just like kill a planet, right? You're like, oh damn, but he was so powerful that he had to feed. Once he stopped, he couldn't sustain. Well, so basically,
he was Galactus for Star Wars.
Yeah. Like where like he. When you're fighting him in the video game, you basically convince Cyan and Nihilus to die. Basically, give up. Like you won't win. Like you basically understand that. Like for like Nihilus, like you'll consume everything, and then you consumed everything, you'll end up going. So you basically have to convince them to die, which is like it's kind of awful. Yeah.
But yeah, it takes such a toll on them, and like you said with Palpatine, I don't think Palpatine had quite reached that, because I think he used his dark side powers sparingly.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, when he gave it all to Mace Windu, it ripped him apart. But at the same time, he also ate his own Force lightning there for a time too. You know, so
there's a subtle thing. I don't know if it was just an acting choice or was an actual thing, but like after he stopped and he kind of leaned back and he went kind of thing, right? One, he's hurt, but he's finally like, I don't have to hide anymore. Right, because they know who I am, and guess what? Guess what, bitches? I'm winning, right? So, yeah. So, okay, so let's go back to the show. I'm sorry, or do you have anything else?
So she gets kidnapped, and we see her little interaction with those bounty hunters and Flea,
which
or
is adorable.
Nakru, however you say his name. And we don't know why they want her. Well, that gets explained in episode 2. So we roll credits on this.
Actually,
Bale reaches out.
He ends up going, or like he cuts transmission, goes to work the next day, goes into Anchorhead, and that's where he finds the other Jedi strung up.
Yeah, that's.
And then when he goes back home, that's when Bale does the whole "Help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope" thing, right? So, side note, it's not on the Disney Plus, but you can find it on YouTube, and it's on the old DVDs. In New Hope, Obi-Wan has a mud hut right? It's like one of the Adobe kind of, or yeah. But in a deleted scene from Return of the Jedi, Luke is building a lightsaber in a cave. I think that's supposed to be another hideout that Ben had. Also, I had a debate with somebody years ago. They said, "Oh, they just used the same lightsaber." I'm like, "Well, no, they didn't, because the old continuity, he built it off of Obi-Wan's old book, basically his plans. That's why it looks like that. Also, his crystal is synthetic too. So,
yeah, didn't he take a Sith crystal and purify it?
that's actually what Ahsoka did. What he did was he found pieces of the lightsaber crystals, and he had to basically put it into a crucible, melt it, and make a crystal.
No, that's right, because he told R2, he's like, either this is going to work, or we're going to blow them, or we're going to blow ourselves to atoms.
Yeah. And also, the original Darth Vader crystal was supposed to be a synthetic crystal too. So,
no, actually, he got that off of a Jedi. If you read the Vader comics that Marvel did, they sent him. They sent Vader on a quest. Huh?
Oh, okay.
So Palpatine tells Vader to become a true Sith, you have to make a kyber crystal bleed.
Yeah.
But he had to kill a Jedi, take the crystal, and then he had to do this whole rite of passage thing where the crystal basically tests him if he's pure Sith, basically pure dark side, or if there's still good in him. And in the comic, spoiler, he goes back to Anakin for a short time.
Oh, cool. Right on.
Like his eyes turn back blue.
Yes.
And he starts asking, what did I do? What have I done? Because people don't realize it. It's like you got a split personality disorder when you go to the dark side. You totally forget about who you once were. And it's almost like you're fighting against each other internally, constantly. So that's why Vader gets so enraged when he hears the very name of Anakin, because even Vader, Anakin was just another casualty of the Jedi Purge.
Mm-hmm. Well, like they refer to him, where it's like the different point of view, where it's like Obi-Wan never told you about your father. It's like, he told me enough. He told me that you killed him. Technically, he did, because he chose to be Darth Vader, and he killed that persona. He killed that part of his life. Like, it's always going to be part of his life. That's why he can never fully give in. But he killed Anakin. Basically, what was one just recently? It's like the past, like you new movie series says something along the lines of like the past, let it die. Actually, that might even Star Wars. Actually, yeah, it was Kylo Ren. What am I saying?
Kylo wanted the Sith and the Jedi orders to both die.
Yeah.
And I like that about Kylo. Not that I wanted either, to go away, but to Kylo's point of view of everything, the Sith and the Jedi it was done. It was over, and it needed to be destroyed and go away. He gave himself to the dark side because he knew that it gave him more of more abilities to make what he wanted to come to pass happen. That's why he chose to be a Sith, which I don't know if he was technically a Sith.
Well, that's what happened when they changed writers. It won't work now because they did the whole they're with like Rey saying her saying at the end, "I am all the Jedi." I think what it is it shouldn't be Jedi anymore. It should be like the or a Skywalker. Does that make sense? Basically, because she chose the name at the end. It's like, well, like Rey who? It's like Rey is the new Skywalker. Like,
there was somebody that worked on that movie that said that it was no longer going to be called the Jedi Order. It was going to be called the Skywalker Order. And I was like,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Stupidest thing ever if you do that.
Yeah. Well, like,
why not just call it the Bendu, the Gray Jedi?
Yeah. where it's like not necessarily the chosen one, but like there would be like the Skywalker or like the Jedi kind of thing, right? So I don't know. It's just like the way that my brain went. So yeah. So after Leia gets kidnapped and Bale comes back and talks to him, he sees the poor bastard strung up, and Bale talks to him, and he goes out looking for the kyber crystals. And people are saying, well, how do you find those? Like, kyber crystals are force sensitive, and they have a link, so he was able to find them. And he digs up in a box. He has Anakin's and his Episode 3 lightsaber.
Did you notice he did modifications on Anakin's lightsaber?
Yes, actually, there is a reason for that, because there is a difference between Episode 3 and A New Hope. And it's always been kind of thrown out there that he tinkered with it. Because there's like even the one that he used in Episode 2, which ends up getting destroyed, emulates what he had. Now you go back to the original, sorry, not the original, but you watch Episode 1 and 2. He has the Obi-Wan has the old style hilt. And at the end of Episode 2, he doesn't have that hilt anymore. He's given basically like a spare lightsaber, right? The way that they tried to explain that back when the movies came out is there was standard lightsabers, and then people would modify them. But then you get like Mace Windu, which is this gorgeous milled, handcrafted, and then other ones where they're down the hall like
curved blade.
Yeah.
You know, for his
like
curved.
I should have grabbed them. I have the original Force Effects lightsabers that came out in like the early 2000s. Now they're not quite to scale because they had to fit like D-size batteries back in the day. But you hold them, they're awful to hold, right? Like they're like Vader's just meant to be held with gloves, because you hold it with your hand, it's awful. I have the Episode 3 version of like Obi-Wan's, which is pretty much what he's using in this one. It's more sleek, but there's this little box that comes out where the activation switch is. Unless you place that, now if you do it two-handed, you have to kind of place it under your left thumb. That's the only way it's really comfortable, because it's so low down. But you're like, these weren't really meant to be fighting. But yeah, you go back to Episode 1, you look at Obi-Wan's, like it's this well, like even with like Qui-Gon's, where like it's rather sleek and it's got some metal cutouts and whatnot, but you hold it, it's actually very, very smooth. There's a great scene in one of the featurettes where they literally have a box with about half a dozen lightsabers, and they basically go, pick your saber. It's like they actually walk to the actor and says, all right, which saber do you want? And he's like, oh, I want that one. So yeah.
In Star Wars canon, was it Jedi never really decorated their hilts too much? It was more Sith, wasn't it?
It depends on the species.
I know Coyote Mundi did in a sense.
Yes.
His was more decorative. And
I
Kit Fisto.
if any of you out there have had a chance to go to Galaxy's Edge down in California for Disneyland, now the way I understand it, because you look at some of the Jedis, the way they explained it was some of the Jedis had traditional headdresses of their species, because they were encouraged to have ties to cultural identity, but not to family. So some have tattoos. Some like Ahsoka Tano, she has on the edge of her Leku, that's the head tails. She has kind of like a jewelry kind of beaded thing and something hanging down. That's actually a cultural thing. So some Jedi
and even the rings that they wear on their Lekus are cultural, correct?
Yeah. So some have what was it like when you're down Galaxy's Edge, like you can put a Rancor tooth on the bottom or something like that. There was a Wookiee Jedi who had a wooden hilt, like it was like a wooden housing. So it's more of like a cultural thing, or part of the Jedi trial when they become full Jedis, like they build their original lightsaber, but when you which story was it again now? Basically what it was is these Jedis went through a trial, but each one was different, and they took something from that trial and incorporated into their lightsaber as a reminder or something to make them, basically is like almost like a, I don't know, not really like Dumbo's magic feather, but like basically like this is what made me stronger, so this will be brought with me.
Yeah, I know there was a book that came out. It wasn't the Trials of Obi-Wan because his trial was Darth Maul. Was it Qui-Gon? Trials of Qui-Gon Jinn?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Rogue Planet, was it?
Maybe so. I'm not sure. I do know the whole with Obi-Wan. I mean, I know it's a little off subject, but Obi-Wan wasn't even supposed to be a Padawan. He flunked out and was sent to a farm and
probably in Dantooine, because that's where they send all the fizzles, basically. Yeah,
he was considered a dummy. You know, he didn't catch on.
I don't know if that's still in canon.
Yeah, it's still in canon.
It is. It's still canon. Wow.
And that is and there was a mission there where Qui-Gon and his original Padawan, who was known as Xanatos,
right? He went to the dark side.
And Xanatos turned to the dark side and tried to kill Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan saved Qui-Gon. The thing about Obi-Wan is he was never the most talented Jedi, but he had this affinity for being a Sith killer. I don't know why, but if you brought him around, even Palpatine said that he was the most feared Jedi of any in the Order because for some reason Obi-Wan Kenobi knew how to off Sith. He knew how to fight them, and maybe it was his patience and his fighting style, because they said he had a very unique fighting style that Sith had a hard time with.
Well, there's like the I think it's like there's 4 or 5, like there's 4 standard forms. They all have different names. Actually, a lot of them are named after real world like martial arts. Like there's like form 1, which is like Chicho, and it's supposed to be like the fist or like the way or something like that. And he was supposed to be like very proficient at that, but like really, really good at that. But people were like, well, it's form 1, like we won't worry about like that too much. But he was just really good at it. So,
I know what my bad. I know what it was. He was more defensive, where Sith always liked to have their opponents to be more offensive because they could make a mistake. Where with Obi-Wan, you couldn't break him in a fight, and he was always defensive, and he would pick and choose where to strike, because Sith are never defensive. They're instantly on you, and he would just let them wear themselves out, and then he would take them out.
I love that pose that Ewan McGregor does for it. Like it's like left hand forward, like right arm back with the saber, and like hand out.
Because when you watch him against Grievous, he's mapping out, and you can tell in his mind he's watching Grievous's moves. He's like, okay,
he's just waiting. Yeah. Continuity error. It's implied in the movie that's the first time they ever fought, but in the cartoon series they fought like every other episode. So So let's move on. So he finds the lightsabers. Yes, I did catch that he had worked on to make him more match what you see in episode 1.
I thought maybe he did it to try to help erase the memory of all the innocent blood that maybe Anakin had put on that hilt. You know,
I'm looking at it now, and other than looking weathered, I don't know if he's done that much work on it right now. I don't know. Because
it's a tainted blade. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts.
The history it ends up having, like the entire 9-movie series, it does look different. So I think my theory is at the end of the series, he's going to be more open as a Jedi, but not so they can find him. But he obviously gets a house at some point, right? And then I think he becomes a little more active, because at this point he's so shut off, right? So I I think at the end of the series, he will probably hit a point where he realizes he has to embrace the Force so he can train Luke, because there's the interesting thing where that look that Alec Guinness gives at the end, where he basically goes like Ben, and he looks over, and just this little knowing smile, basically going, "My job's done. Go ahead," right, and takes him out, right. So I think not necessarily with Luke, but I think that he sees that Luke has Leia. I think that scene's going to have new meaning by the end of the series. Yeah. So, anyways, so
Yeah, we get into episode 2, and that starts off with Bail Organa coming to the cave to visit Obi-Wan. Personally.
So we find out after that the third sister was the one behind the actual kidnapping.
Yeah. Reva actually was like, she went behind the back of the entire Empire and put the entire Empire in jeopardy because she kidnapped a
senator's daughter.
And at that time, they make reference that Palpatine still relies on the Senate to keep power at that point. He hadn't quite taken over fully. He still needed the Senate.
About 10 years out.
Yeah, the Republic, because you get to that one point where Moff Tarkin comes in and says the remnants of the old Republic have been wiped away.
Yeah.
But it took time for that to happen.
Well, it took 20 years. Like, the Empire only ruled for less than 25 years. Like, the 3 original movies are supposed to be within like a 3.5-year period.
And he did it just so he could secretly build the Death Star without the Republic knowing.
Yeah. And so what was it? Because it took, it was built, but they couldn't get the laser to work because that's the plot of like Rogue One. But it's also implied that within a few years after they started the first Death Star, they had already started at least the framework for the second Death Star. What was massive, because the original was supposed to be like 180 kilometers, like in like diameter. Now 180 kilometers is, hold on, let me do the math. It's a lot, 3 miles. But the original length of the Star Destroyers was supposed to be like 2 kilometers, which is like, was like 1.5 miles or something like that, or I can't remember what it is now. But like 2 kilometers, that's a lot. So, you know.
Yeah, he had secretly been building that thing even before the end of the Clone Wars.
Now it's been confirmed at the end of that one is it's not supposed to be like a couple days after Vader became Vader. But they see the framework. But in the old books, they talk about there was a prototype for the actual, I guess, array, because it was a proof of concept. But we were like, oh well, like that was like the proto Death Star. They're like, well, no, actually, it was the framework, but because there was so much in there, like the thing held like 10,000 people or something like that, right? So like it was huge, or maybe probably even more than that, because it was 180 kilometers. It was huge. Yeah, like it was
Vader. And Vader was very much against that thing even being built.
Mm-hmm. And again, certain point of view, they talk about how when they blew it up, and there's that meme where like it's a stormtrooper going, "I had friends on the Death Star." It's like, you think that the certain point of view, the rebels were mass murderers at that point, right? So they're like, "Yay! We just killed a bunch of people that probably were forced into building this thing, right?" So
sucks for you.
I know. And then like there's that whole morality thing in war. It's like you fight for one side, but that stormtroopers, they could have just been people trying to feed their family, send money back home, right? So which I loved in The Mandalorian, where they tell what was it? Bill Burr plays the character. But anyways, he basically confronts one of the old I can't remember if it was one of his old commanding officers, but he basically does this whole thing where it basically emulates the whole like the South will rise again kind of thing. And I love that scene in The Mandalorian. I'm like, oh my God. And there's that meme where it's like, well, in like 10 minutes, they basically fleshed out the character, this one stormtrooper's character, and Finn got nothing in 3 movies, right? So, but yeah, there's definitely allegory and influences of real world things, because basically I have to say the Empire will rise again, like the South will rise again, because that's what it, from their perspective, that they thought they were doing the right thing. So yeah, so hey,
so we roll into episode 2. Bail Organa shows up in the cave,
and
that's what I got. I was like, how does he know where Obi-Wan was? Unless Obi-Wan told him. That was a question I had.
When Bail showed up, that was actually right at the end of episode 1, and then he goes and finds the lightsabers, and then he's about to get onto the transports, and the person taking the tickets says, "Well, you coming?" He's like, "Oh, right." He's got his lightsaber. He hops on. So,
and then they journey to the planet of Dayu, however you say it. And this is a world kind of like Coruscant, but it's more of a rough kind of like organized crime planet. Let's just say there's a lot of not so nice people there. There's I did like this.
Like the Empire definitely has a presence there. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Did you pick up on the clone trooper that was sitting outside homeless?
Yes, that was Tamara Morrison, and he and that particular clone is supposed to be like unnamed clone kind of thing, right? But the fact that he was in a 501st like uniform, because Obi-Wan, he was really reluctant, but they go into more in the cartoon series where like the whole like Order 66 now, like that, this was the code. There was like 70 orders where they had to follow through. Apparently 65 meant more like the Senate was like trying to take power. They were supposed to do like martial law. 67 was supposed to be like, okay, Dooku is now basically like you have to take out Palpatine because he's taking too much power. But in the cartoon series, they have a literal genetic computer chip that's implanted in the brain, and they're compelled. They have to do that one specific order. Where like it was no like, well, are you sure we should be doing this? Like, are they really that bad? Like, no, they had to do it, or it would actually kill them, or cause them like extreme pain. And how some of the characters in surviving. They go into it in the they show it's like Offspring, but the clones that survive have
Rex and him.
Yeah, but there's that one episode of Rebels where it's Rex, Wolf, and that one other. He was in that one arc. He had it removed, but it didn't take because he still turned them in. Because he was compelled to. And it was like, oh crap. He's like, well, I don't hate them. This is what I'm supposed to do. Because he couldn't defy what was literally programmed in him.
Yeah, the only clone that didn't have that was Boba Fett.
Because he was completely unaltered, But if that clone looked up and he recognized Obi-Wan, he probably would have said something, but it's also implied that, well, with the clones, because they were accelerated aging, so a lot of them physically they're old now, because apparently they were supposed to like in 10 years they were supposed to age to the physical age of like 30. But the thing is it's never really been made clear if that rapid aging actually stops. So by the time of the Clone Wars, they're like all like 30-ish years old, but some of them seem older, right? So by that point, they could be the physical age of like 67 years old. Like that may have slowed down, but they were already old to begin with. And then the Empire sent them out to be cannon fodder the planet that Solo gets sent to, which is hold on, not Nambaru. It's actually featured in one of the Clone Wars episodes, but anyways, that's where a lot of them were sent. So the team that Solo got sent in were basically part of the same campaign, but it was like the wave of the rejects after all the clones got taken out. So a lot of the clones got taken out in these backwater pointless skirmishes, basically just to get rid of them. They weren't flat out killed, but they were decommissioned.
Yeah, they were phased out because it was more cost effective just to have the general populace join and become stormtroopers than to keep the clone troopers.
There was I don't know if this is still in the same canon, but some in one of the video games, the 501st, were multiple clones, or like they were sourced from multiple sources, but there was still some of the Jango Fett. But the thing is the Jango Fett sample had either been lost, destroyed, or there just wasn't enough of it left. At about the time of this, so they couldn't clone more because they couldn't get any fresh blood, and at that point, Boba Fett was off doing his own thing. So, and they couldn't make a clone of a clone, or if they did, it was diminished returns. So,
yeah, I just thought that was a nice little touch to actually show that the galaxy's changed and the clones have been put out the pasture.
Yeah, and
because a lot of people have always asked that question: whatever happened to the clones? And it's always been in the books and stuff that they were decommissioned. But now to see it, even though it's one, know now they were left to they served their purpose and now hit the road. And they couldn't survive on anything because all they ever knew was war. That was it, to fight. And it was a sad point for me because these individuals didn't ask for all this. They were just doing what they had to do,
Well, they were tools, but they were sentient, right?
Yeah.
I got the scene up here, and like Obi-Wan, after he throws the coin into the helmet, he kind of looks at him initially with fear and apprehension, but then afterwards pity or shame, because he sees the face of his friends. He talked to Cody literally seconds before he tried to shoot him out of the air. In the cartoon series, he was friends with Rex.
Rex tried to kill Ahsoka and all them until they got the chip out of his head.
Yeah. So it's just like he looks at him, or it's like, well, that's what's left of them, right? Like literally, this one guy is a representation of what happened to people he led and considered friends. So,
and that also explains to you guys why stormtroopers are such shitty shots. Because they're not clone troopers anymore that were bred for combat. They're just
well, the eye holes are really far apart too, so they have to go like walleye. So, but there's also the theory in what was it? New Hope, they were missing on purpose too, because they wanted them to escape because they attract their ship, right? So, and then that's when they come. So after that, he's walking around, and this young lady comes up and basically offers him spice, and they make reference to Solo, like the original like Kessel stuff. They say glitter stem, which is actually a book reference. Glitter stem is actually from a giant like cave spider, not the one that was in the Mandalorian, but
there was Felusian spice.
Because like Fallujah, basically instead of trees, it's all fungus, and it's probably just a one-off. But he says he's looking for his daughter, referring to Leia, and she's like, "Well, I was someone's daughter." So it's like the best thing to do is to forget her because I was someone's daughter once. And there's a lot of allegory, real world stuff where there's cities and places where people either go to get lost or have gotten lost and can't get out and trying to make the the best they can out of it, right?
Yeah, you figure out this planet is basically it's kind of like the place where people go to be forgotten.
Well, with the Empire being there, it's also again some of the video games too, where the Empire has a presence on Tatooine, but it's controlled by the Hutts. They have a presence on Dayu, but they kind of let the drug trade go because it maintains order. And I think too, it's like with the drug trade, you're probably more likely to have a submissive population. It's like it goes back to the Vietnam War, and with like Laos and Cambodia, how opium basically was to raise money. So yeah, the drug trade probably brings money in directly into the Empire, right? And yeah, so that's when he encounters a kid and basically saying, "Hey, you're looking for someone." Like, I know a guy. He's a Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right away, I always say his last name wrong, but it's Camille Nanjiani. But like right away, I'm like, yeah, he's lying. And then he starts talking. I'm like, oh, so this is where he was in the third act of the Internals. He filmed that scene apparently. Anyone seen the movie? He wasn't in the third.
Yeah, he was Haja Estri in the show.
Yeah. And he's a con man, but he's not. Like he's trying to help people, but he's also doing it for profit. So he's not really bad. He's just trying to make money, but at the same time he's trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, but I thought it was kind of shitty the way he was telling this woman that, oh, your son has force abilities. I can sense it. When you get off the planet, you got to go and hide. And I know it was to help her get off the planet.
Yeah.
And he was using smoke and mirrors and magnets and all kinds of craziness. And then he would call people on the comm link and pretend like I'm putting the Jedi mind trick on.
God.
And the whole time Obi-Wan's sitting there watching this like, are you serious? You know, is this
yeah, so they had that scene and Obi-Wan witnesses all of it, realizes he's a con man. Yeah, he's trying to make a profit, but at the same time, like he's trying to help people, but he's exploiting them, right? So, but to him, he's just like, I'm just trying to make an honest buck by being dishonest, which is interesting. And so, scrub forward a little bit here. So he gets confronted. Oh yeah, and then he gives some information of where she probably is being held, and then you get your classic, put on a disguise and sneak into a building thing, right? Which ends
the basic episode 4, dress as a stormtrooper and put handcuffs on Chewbacca.
Exactly, yeah. And when he goes into the back room area where he shouldn't be because he's posing as a worker, where they're making spice, he smacks one of the Zabraks and like he cuts his hand. And initially, I'm like, how do you? Oh, because the Zabraks have like 2 horns that come out the side. He basically bitch slaps them, and he's like, "Ow!" It's like, oh, seriously, you should know this, right? And then he thinks he's got her, and he's like, well, like where is she? And finds it's a literal like Scooby-Doo kind of like dummy thing where it's like a bunch of junk with like a robe on it, and they trap him. And at that point, you already know that that Reva, the third sister, is trying to flush him out.
Yeah, Flea walks in and starts talking junk to him,
and then he's basically about to knock him out, and then he has that jar of spice he was given. He throws it on the floor and knocks them out. So I love how, let's face it, how cliche that scene is, because we're what, like 10 minutes into the episode, and it's already your classic like, I've been double crossed, I've been double crossed. So, but I don't mind when they use tropes like that, because it helps advance the story, because episode 2 flows a lot faster than like episode 1. So as far as I know, Wednesdays are the debut days, but because they did the 2 episodes, that's why I came on a Thursday. Yeah, so yeah. He's asking where she is. He gets deceived, and they finally escape. And I caught this too. The costume earlier on when she was on Alderaan with like the white with like the red kind of like overcoat robe.
Yeah.
emulates the costume she wore, that Carrie Fisher wore in Empire Strikes Back on Cloud City. And then they get her a small green robe, which looks just like the camouflage one in Return of the Jedi. And I highly appreciate it because they're using visual cues. Because even though it was never really explained, George Lucas kept saying, "Oh, like color metaphor, color metaphor." That's just a recurring theme, also to kind of trick the viewer, saying this is the same character, guys. So even if it was like an intentional thing, basically going like, "Hey, look at this," like not necessarily that, but I appreciate when they do callbacks, but not over the top. Like how, again, in the prequels, how Padme would have these wild hairstyles, and a lot of them were headdresses, but she had different hairstyles. And Leia had the buns, and then she had the braids, and then it was pretty much up the whole time in, actually, except for the Ewok village, it's pretty much up the whole time in Return of the Jedi. And then he gets Slave Leia too, which is so.
Yeah, because then he goes to her cell. He finds her. Well, she attacks him. She kicks him or punches him or something.
It's so funny because she gets her little her little helper droid. Side note: did you get vibes of Batteries Not Included, that old '80s movie? Thank you. I'm like, hey.
Yeah, it's an '80s movie, guys. You all want to watch? It's about these two these little tiny UFOs that are basically from a machine world that come and they interact with this old couple.
Yeah. Jessica Tandy and her real life husband, I can't remember his name. Her character has dementia, and this building is the last building, like apartment complex in this area that's being developed in like unnamed giant city. I think it's like New York or Chicago or something like that. And they're trying to get them to sign over the lease. And this building's running down. There's other characters in there too. And but the one, there's basically like this Latin street tough guy, and Jessica Tandy's character thinks, I think it's Faye, is the character's name. She thinks that's their son that died like in the 50s. So it's search it out, guys. It's called Batteries Not Included. If you haven't
it'll pull on your heartstrings a lot. I mean, there's a lot of comedy elements to it, but it's sad. There's some sadness to it.
If any of you've seen Cocoon, it's along the similar vein, but Cocoon's a little more of a downer. This one's more of like an uplifting thing, but highly recommend to see it. But thank you, John, for noticing that too, because I said to my wife, she's like, I think I saw that on TV once. I'm like, it's okay. It came out years before you were born. So no, she was born in 1990, right? So she's like, yeah, I don't know a lot of these movies. A lot of movies that because like I've introduced her to, because she unfortunately didn't have the chance to be exposed to these, right? Or just didn't have the opportunity. So. And it's really cool because going back and revisiting these old sci-fi or horror movies, or just any movie from before 1980 or before 1990, it's been a lot of fun. So so they finally escape. Lola is the name of the little like cover droid, and she helps loosen the ropes of Leia. And then when Obi-Wan comes in, she just hits him right away, and he's basically going, "Oh God, no, I'm here to save you." And she's like, "How can I trust you?" And there's a great scene where Owen's trying to pull her, and she's actually kind of leaning back, and I'm like, I just love that, because she's like, "No, I'm good. I'd rather stay here," kind of thing, right? So they get on the street. They do the new disguises. I think he ends up wearing a red hood. No, actually, Leia ends up with the green tunic type robe, and and the gloves. So,
and the whole disguise was that's his daughter, and they're going off planet to find work or something to that.
It's like granddaughter maybe. I just got her. She is. And then at this point, Reva is already on the planet, and the Grand Inquisitor. And is it the fifth brother or the eighth brother?
Well, before that, she goes to flee or vet our crew, and finds out that he failed her, so he kills him.
Oh, they're trying to come down from the spice because they're trapped in the room, and they're like, so.
Was it her or the Grand Inquisitor that killed him? No, it was Grand Inquisitor that killed
Grand Inquisitor
him.
later, because later on after this, Reva tells him to put out the bounty, and then the Grand Inquisitor's like, no, we know he's here. Like, we know he's here. We don't need people getting in the way. So he's basically like, it's like, so you put the bounty. I was like, yeah, but I was told you kind of thing. He's like, all right. It's like, tell me where he is. Like, I don't know. Tell me where he is. And
he does his whole his spinning lightsaber.
Yeah.
Which I thought was cool. I was like, yes, they got the spinning lightsaber that he has in the cartoon.
I wonder if they're going to do the helicopter thing they did in Rebels, which was
where
weird.
They fly.
Yeah, I could see that using a force ability to kind of slow their descent, but actually, no, they do have. Anyways, going to that, it's something silly. So, they basically tell Reva to like piss off, and then she calls back to flee, saying like put the bounty out for him, and they're like, oh God, would you stop, right? So at this point, they're trying to find Reva and Obi-Wan to get them out of the way. And let's fast forward a little bit here.
Yeah, Obi-Wan sees that the bounty's on him, and then Leia sees it, and he automatically thinks that Obi-Wan is a criminal.
Yeah, and she's like, well, like, it's like, you don't know my dad. It's like, I don't know you, kind of thing, right? And so she starts running away, which I think was kind of cool. He's trying to stop her, but they get to the rooftop, and then finally there's that big gap, and she can't jump. She falls. She grabs the rope or power line, whatever it is, and then she fell. And at this point, Obi-Wan does not want to use the Force because he doesn't want to attract attention to himself, right? And the way that he now again, this could be writing, acting choices, whatever. When he reaches out to stop her from falling, because earlier on she's like, "Wait, Jedi can make people float. I want to float," and then instantly turn to my wife and go, "You'll float too, right?" So, "You'll float too, yeah." And she's like, "Okay." She's like, "All right, pause it." Yeah. He reaches out to stop her, to save her, and you can tell that he's really struggling because he probably hasn't used the Force in 10 years.
Yeah, it's like hurting him bad.
And that's the physical toll, right? Because like he, like, not to the dark side or anything like that, but like he's doing that physical toll. And when he said to Bale, like, I'm not the same man you knew 10 years ago, because he's, in a way, he's atrophied, right?
Yeah, if he was getting a lightsaber fight, he would get killed in an instant.
Yeah. Because he was a Jedi. He trained one up. He stopped. His body basically caught up with probably all the injuries he probably sustained throughout the decades, right? Because he was supposed to be about, hold on, let me do the math here. 10. He was supposed to be about 35 or so by episode 3.
He was my age in this show. He's my age now.
Yeah. So, because I'm sorry. Wow.
Because when Vader died, Vader was 42, 43 when he.
Yeah. So because he cut himself off, but because he had trained so much, and also the fact that he went through a war and then stopped, it's like running a marathon and sitting down, trying to get up in 20 minutes, right? Like you gotta walk that stuff off. That's why, for like athletes or like hockey players, they'll do the stationary bike for like half hour just to kind of get the lactic acid out, right? Well, that's galactic acid basically, right? So, but he reaches out and she stops, and then people kind of look, they're not totally sure what's going on. And then she's like, wow, you really are a Jedi. And that was wild. So they're trying to get off planet still. But that's when she has that trust to him, right? So, and then that's when I think they finally call it the bounties and whatnot. Fast forward.
Well, that's when Reva sensed him too, because did you get that? Yeah. She was kind of sitting up there on the roof, almost like Batman.
She was waiting up.
And when he reached out with the Force, she saw them shooting. Well, they saw them shooting at. She knew that's where Obi-Wan was because he was getting shot at, but she also sensed him. Yeah. She sensed him use the Force too, and then when she sensed it, she was automatically parkouring from one roof to the other.
Yeah. Which I appreciate it. It's just something to do with the wire work. It looked forced. It didn't look as natural as they could have done it. But that's just a shooting critique. But I enjoyed it though, because like the whole thing where like Jedi don't necessarily fly, but they can also fall from great heights and like slow their fall. Side note, that's the reason why I think Mace Windu is still alive. Because when he gets blown out the window, right? In episode 2, it's established when he's in the arena, he does that jump from one of the levels down to the arena floor. He's able to slow his fall. Now, if Windu still had enough wherewithal and any kind of like energy left, he could have slowed his fall. He would have been hurt, but that's why I think he's alive. Because I'm like, he could fall from a great height as long as he was able to stop himself. Yeah, so he finally stops her. Reva is going after her, and then Kumail's character comes back and basically says, "Yeah, I know I did wrong, but I want to try to make right." He gives them the information to go off to the
when he realized that was the hero of the Clone Wars, he realized that was Obi-Wan.
Yeah, and he's like, well, I made mistakes, but at least I can try to do something good right now. And somebody said that he got killed. He doesn't get killed. He
got mind probed and left alone.
Yeah. And Reva's basically like, I'm not going to waste my time on this, which was interesting because up to that point, it was almost like if she knew she had more time, she probably would have killed him. But she's like, enough, like I don't need you anymore. So she just walks away.
A lot of people get this twisted too, and they think that Sith just needlessly kill. Sith don't just needlessly kill. They kill when it's necessity.
Yeah. Or to like make a point. Yeah.
Yeah. Or for intimidation factors, but for the most part, they don't just go around killing everybody in their path.
No. Yeah.
Because if they kill everybody, who are they going to rule? That's their thing.
It would be interesting if that character does show up again later on. But then finally we get to the almost showdown in the cargo bay. Reva tracks him to the cargo bay. Luke gets Leia into the ship and basically saying, okay, well, like if I don't make it, take off without me, kind of right. And he's in there. He pulls out his lightsaber. And then she's basically doing the whole it was really funny. It was on the Nerdist podcast on the YouTube channel talking about how she basically did the warriors come out and play thing with like a lightsaber, right?
Mm-hmm. But she was also mind probing him too. She knew where he was.
Yeah,
she was just toying with him.
That is also kind of like harkens back to the scene. Because he's very emotional at that point because he's like, okay, well, like I'm not sure what I'm going to like. I don't know what my next move is, but I got to make sure Leia gets off, right? Gets off world, and he's sitting there, and so you go back to Return of the Jedi, where Luke is doing the thing where he's hiding in the shadows on the Death Star. He's like, I will not fight you, right? It's basically that scene again, right? And then she's like, I know something you don't know, kind of right? Because at this point, because his Obi-Wan had not kept up with current events, and basically saying like Anakin's alive. And at that point, I'm going, oh shit, how does she know who Anakin is, right? So this is why when I rewatched it, I'm thinking she had that connection from the temple.
See, I thought something entirely different was going to happen. So when she said that Anakin's still alive, I thought that was going to make Obi-Wan snap. And then he was just going to come around the corner and he was going to waste her.
I honestly didn't see that because I think it's just the way that the character's been established. I think he has more discipline. He's definitely scared. He's definitely frightened because he's like, oh, wow, this guy who was my brother, who I left for dead, is still alive. He's going to be pissed, right? And also the fact that he knows what Luke and Leia mean, right? But
especially to Vader, if Vader was to get him.
Now I would have to rewatch it now, but I don't know if.
Well, I
Oh,
just
right.
look at
Yeah.
it from the
No.
standpoint that he's not disciplined anymore. Like you
Yeah.
said, everything is atrophied with him, even his mind. And when
Well,
you got somebody that is picking at a scab,
he's afraid. Yeah. Yeah.
what's to say that in that moment he wouldn't have come around that corner and just went full ham on her for a split second? Yeah, it's
I
Obi-Wan, but he's still
uh,
not perfect.
I think in the next episode, we'll see next week, is he's going to be definitely dealing with the mental issue of this. But also, I think he's going to be full of self-doubt because he's like, I'm not sure what to do next, because he, not really by choice, but like by like circumstance, he doesn't have guidance, because he would turn to he would turn to Yoda, he would turn to the other masters. The fact that he can't connect with Qui-Gon, and he can't call out for help for anybody because there's no one to call, and the people that do know, he wants to protect them. So I think he's going to internalize a lot of it, and so he's probably going to be focused on getting Leia back, and something's going to happen where he's going to have to be the Jedi he was or is.
Well, the thing that got me too was, well, then we go from there. Not the thing that got me, but we go from there, and the only thing that saved him was the fact that the Grand Inquisitor shows up.
Yes, and then she turns around and stabs the guy and says, "Who's in the gutter now?" Yeah. Now,
Well, here's the thing, guys. I want to. There's a lot of people that were on social media going, "Well, this totally retcons everything with Rebels."
No, it does
no,
not.
No. Because that particular, I have I'm like Scotty. I'm such a Star Wars nerd. I have a book about all the characters. So the Grand Inquisitor is of a race that has two stomachs.
Yes.
And he was stabbed through one of his stomachs. So if you've got two stomachs, you can stand to lose one, right?
He was from Utapau too, also, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, spoiler for Book of Boba Fett, guys, you've had months, so catch up on this. When he stabs Cad Bane at the end, there's a little beep, and it's basically kind of like a thing to resuscitate him, right? But you look at the Grand Inquisitor, he's got these implants around his ears. Now, that's not necessarily for communication stuff. He may not be fully organic. Like, he may have alterations, because in the Book of Boba Fett and also the Mandalorian, how they bring back certain characters by basically giving, well, even Darth Vader, like, they basically make him a cyborg. So
well, in the comics, there is a comics. There is a comic where Vader trains the Grand Inquisitor.
Okay.
And cuts his hand off.
Oh.
And then when somebody asks him, well, what good is he going to be if you cut his hand off? He goes, well, that way he'll remember not to make that mistake ever again.
There you go. But also, apparently, in the Star Wars universe, foreign replacements are pretty standard. So, but somebody was saying, like, why can't Vader use Force lightning? That's been trying to be explained. Not all. This is still kind of in between, where Rey was able to use Force lightning, but also that's also probably because of her genetic lineage. But also, some powers are inherently dark, but you don't have to be a dark side user to use those. But she was basically a motion, right? But another one was, if you lose a limb, if you haven't learned a certain ability, you can't necessarily learn that ability. Now, this is some fan fiction from years ago, where like a character loses both of his hands, and he lost them while he was trying to do like a force push or something like that. And when he got new hands, he couldn't do the force push anymore, because he associated his hands with the force push ability. And they're like, well, it's not really your hands doing the force push. It's the force and the manipulation, right? No, go on. Yeah.
well, here's the thing too. Vader's in a mechanical computerized suit. If he goes shooting lightning bolts, he's going to fry himself.
That one too. Yeah. Like,
and there's a reason why he's in that old rinky ass armor, because Palpatine can control him better that way.
Well, sorry, going way back to 3 hours ago. When he's in the suit, he has this inner monologue where like he feels things pinch and how he can't, like he feels things constricting. Also, the original armor. Now they've changed this they've changed this a bit, but the original armor in the original film, that chest piece, he couldn't lift his arms, right? So like he didn't have shoulders. So when the fighting style, that's why the whole two-handed thing, that, and also George Lucas basically said initially that the lightsabers were not really supposed to be heavy, but they were supposed to look like they were heavy. So that's why the movement is so slow. So two things were Vader, because he couldn't move at the time, but also this also could explain why Obi-Wan is fighting slowly, but also I think he's trying to buy in time. Now, I will send it to you, John, but have you ever seen that fan thing where they recut that fight?
Yeah, made it more.
Yeah, to me that is in there now. Yeah, I was watching these a few months ago, and I paused the movie. I pulled that clip up on YouTube, and I was like, "Yeah, that happened," because like they didn't need to. Now they didn't need to show that fight because Obi-Wan's trying to buy them time. Like he knew when he went to go shut off the tractor beam, he knew he wasn't coming back.
Well, Vader's fighting style progressed from one of finesse to just straight up like Viking berserker, where he just comes at you like a tank and just hacks and hacks and hacks and hacks.
And I can't remember the actor now, but he passed away. He was actually a stunt coordinator for years, up until like 5 years ago. He wasn't recognized as basically the third Darth Vader, because there was James Earl Jones, obviously, is the voice.
David Prowse.
David Prowse was the body actor, but there was a third actor that was the sword fighter. He was in all three films, and for years they didn't acknowledge him. And then finally, I think it was Mark Hamill finally got him acknowledged, because in the old, because I don't know about the new Disney Plus version, but the old DVDs, he's in the credits, but they don't see what he did. So, and the actor was a bit shorter too. So.
That original fight too. I mean, you're looking at Alec Guinness, who was 65, 70 years old at least. I mean, was he?
Alec Guinness was 60 actually.
Yeah, so like you're not going to have him doing backflips and spins. No. And all
well,
this.
they played the character a lot older, I think, and then later on they kind of explained it. But he was only 60 years old because Mark Hamill was seen when he filmed his scenes for The Last Jedi. He was 60, and he was the same age as Guinness was when he did that, right? And the whole thing about how George Lucas even approached him back in the 80s saying, "Hey, I want to do this. Maybe you want to come back later." And he says, "Well, I'm open for it." And it's
well, even Mark Hamill's fighting style in Return to Jedi was based more off of a samurai fighting style.
Yeah. Like the whole like kind of like leg back and forward, and even in if you watch Attack of the Clones, it's more of like the kendo style because they're doing the over the head. Also, visually it looked cool. But this is back in the day before they could use the neon tube, because the close-ups with the face. Well, two things. One, they didn't have the neon tubes that you could actually do a practical sword fight with. So they would use the green screen and like digital effects. But with the new sequel trilogy, they were able to get the actual light off this. But also, the fighting style worked better for the kendo style because Christopher Lee only did X amount of, like he did his close-ups. Everything wide was actually a stuntman because he was in his 80s when they filmed that. So, and apparently he's been credited with like the most sword fights in Western films. Yeah. Or like the most times doing a sword fight scene in like any Western film. Now there's other ones over in Asia that surpassed that. But like for like Western films, he's apparently credited to be like either the most or like one of like the top 5. So yeah. Yeah, because like he even got credits in like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that too. Because basically, as soon as he picked up a weapon, he got credit for like a fight.
Huh.
Yeah, but yeah, like how each episode was a little bit different. Because even if you watch episode 1, when he's fighting Maul, he had to adjust. And there's a cool thing where, they choreographed a thing where Maul does like this triple strike, and it's in the again, it's in the featurettes, but where he blocks and then Maul swings around behind him, he brings his saber all the way behind him, blocks his back, and then blocks up with him in front. And it's like a blink you'll miss it scene. And I do believe it's right before he knocks him off the chasm and Obi-Wan has to hang on to whatever that thing is. It's so quick. Like if you can slow it down, there is so much nuance in so many moves that you're like, what just happened? Yeah. Yeah. But no, just different filming techniques and stuff like that. Yeah. So, but yeah, like, so going all the way back. So she runs them through and basically does the whole, like earlier on, it's just like, oh, when you came to us, third sister, he's like, you were from the gutter. And she stabs him. He says, who's in the gutter now? So he's probably sidelined for the majority of the series. But I also think...
No. According to IMDb, he is going to be in all 6 episodes of season 1.
I'm pretty sure they're done with the third sister though. Like they're probably going to be like, yeah, you are, or there's definitely going to be consequences. But I think she's going to go rogue.
She is scheduled for all 6, but I think at some point she's going to probably turn back to the light. Maybe.
Going to be redeemed somehow, yeah. And then I don't think our character's going to survive.
No, I think she's going to. I think she's going to be killed. I think she's going to be killed, but.
But I think she's probably going to go rogue at some point. She probably will go back to the Empire, and there probably will be a scene because Hayden Christensen's coming back. Well, we see him. We see him literally. It's like Anakin.
Yeah, we get that scene of where Obi-Wan is on that transport and he just mutters Anakin, and all of a sudden we see the Bacta tank on Mustafar. Where did he have Bass Castle at the time?
Now, what we see in the trailer is not his castle on Mustafar. That triangle obelisk kind of thing is on an ocean planet. So we're not sure where he is at the time because
Camino, maybe?
He probably had his castle at that point. And I love how that castle at Mustafar, also in Rogue One, that's the only planet that isn't named, but you know which planet it is. But that Vader's castle has been concept art since like Return of the Jedi. Like some version of like Vader's castle. I think there's even not on Mustafar, but there's even a Vader's castle in like a couple of the books. Or like
Marvel did almost like a horror comic series based on it. This is after Vader's dead, but I guess some people stumble into the castle.
Yeah,
and it's like inhabited by the spirits of dead Sith lords and. Vader, it's inhabited by Vader's evil essence, not his light side essence.
Right on. And again, it depends on when this came out, before or after Disney, let's face it, where they say that Sith couldn't become Force ghosts, but it was more of like a spirit kind of thing. But it could either been done through dark side alchemy or technology. Because even in the Clone Wars series, Yoda talks to either the spirit of Darth Bane, or at least the essence of him. Yeah. So well, there's anyone that is still watching this, thank you.
Well, there's even Knights of the Old Republic game. You have to fight these Force Ghosts, or not Force Ghosts, but
yeah. I love that game. And anyone who hasn't never played it, If you have an iOS device, it is available in the App Store. It is on Steam. Play
It's
it,
on
play it,
Switch.
play it. Yes, it is. Yeah.
And Force Unleashed just did a remaster. It's on Switch now.
Did they? Oh, they're doing a remaster or a remake or remaster for the PS5.
Yeah, they're doing a whole entire remake of Knights of the Old Republic.
Yes,
It'll
I'm
be the
actually very
same
excited
game
about that.
but built from the ground up, kind of like Final Fantasy VII remake.
Which is very, very, very exciting because I saw some of the teaser stuff.
They need to do a damn Revan movie or a Revan show.
What was it? I haven't kept up with it, but it's called Unreal Studio, I believe. They made a. They actually got blessing from Lucasfilm to do shorts, and there's about 3 or 4 episodes out. It's fully voice acted, but it emulates the original game or games. But yeah, like he's basically retelling the original game. And I threw an audition in there years ago, but I didn't hear back. So yeah, that was late 2020 when he did auditions. And so they're doing like 10 episodes. They've introduced Malik. I haven't watched it for a while though, but is well worth it. Like they released a teaser of Bastila Shan, and it looks fantastic. So yeah, I think it's called Unreal Studio or Unreal Engine Studio.
Yeah, Unreal Studio. Unreal Studio is well, it's not Unreal.
It's like the Unreal Engine. Yeah.
Epic Game Studio. It's in North Carolina, where I'm from.
Yeah.
Up around Raleigh,
right on.
Somewhere up in that area.
So yeah, so he ends up calling out to Anakin, and Anakin's like, "Oh, there you are, Obi-Wan." Like
yeah, Anakin sensed him, and what I thought was cool inside the Bacta tank, you saw his eyes glow, that Sith glow.
Yeah. One thing I like though is John Williams came back and did the theme song for this, which I love. Because he just turned 90 like a week ago, and he's semi-officially retired. Because his last movie was Rise of Skywalker. So he came back and wrote it, and he helped compose it. But there was a thing where, especially in episode 2, he wanted to figure. When he was writing the score, he wanted to figure out basically an absence of sound and music. He worked with Ben Burt. For example, like whenever they set up the seismic charges from the Slave One, there's no music, and there's that quick boom kind of thing, right? Where like it's like an absence of sound, and the music just goes completely down, and then nothing. He goes, Anakin, and then boom kind of thing, right? And I'm like, it was a perfect blend of dialogue, scene, shot, the way it was done, and just sound, because that punch right at the end, you're just like, oh crap, this is gonna be kind of wild. Like, what's gonna happen, right? Like, are they actually gonna have a showdown? Like, are they actually gonna fight? Are they gonna see each other and then take off? So, because you want that fight, but at the same time, do you really want them to fight? Yes, you do. But is it necessary?
Well, I think Reva's going to have to go and visit old Anakin.
Yeah,
in this next episode.
Yeah. So yeah, so I don't know.
It definitely, the way it ended, I love the way it ended, because it ended on that cliffhanger of Anakin knows.
Yeah. And I don't want to speculate too much, because we have, we have 4 or 5 more episodes to go, because it's like 6 or 7 episodes.
I don't think they're going to rush him and Anakin seeing each other. I think they'll wait until the final episode of the season. I
have a feeling they're probably going to start out with Vader and the Empire stuff, and then catch up with like Obi-Wan and Leia.
And I don't want people to get disappointed if they don't even meet, because when you watch episode 4, it's implied that Anakin said, he goes, when I last left you, I was but the learner, but now I am the master.
Yep.
Which means
Yeah.
the last time he saw him was probably
Yeah.
on Mustafar.
I have a feeling there probably will. Again, I don't want to speculate because this might spoil it, but they might be ready to go, and then something will stop them, like kind of like in Force Awakens, when Rey and Kylo are fighting, and all of a sudden the ground opened up. They literally couldn't fight each other because they couldn't get at each other.
I'm hoping there is something along the lines where maybe not this season, but maybe next season that we get Ezra and Kanan.
There's only supposed to be one season of Obi-Wan, but the rumor has it right now, because they're starting principal photography on Ahsoka either now or soon, they're going to wrap up that storyline from Rebels. Because where were they during the events of the original trilogy? Because if you kept up with Rebels, they got taken off to the unknown regions, right? So why are they gone? Also, it'd be kind of cool if they got Freddie Prinze Jr. to come back and actually play Kane in real life. Hey, if they got not Trisha Helford, she was on Battlestar, the other girl in Battlestar Galactica.
I'd like to see Ray Park come back and put on the Maul makeup again, just to have
Ray
that
Park,
last showdown like he did in Rebels.
We probably won't see him in the Obi-Wan series because we know how that storyline ends up. But him showing up in another capacity, yes, because Ray Park, he was the body actor in
Phantom Menace.
Solo. In at the end of Solo,
yeah,
too.
at the end of Solo too.
And his voice was dubbed over, and I think on the Disney Plus version they put, is it Sam Wentworth?
Yeah, because if anybody's ever heard Ray Park came over here for a con one time, and
is he British or Scottish or something?
Yeah, he's British, and his voice is not imposing at all.
But it's I'm probably saying his last name wrong. But Sam Wentworth, he was the guy that was in Force Unleashed. He was in Battlestar Galactica. He was in he was in Once Upon a Time. He's done a lot of stuff. He also does the voice of the Emperor in a lot of the new video games too. But the fact that they got Ray Park back as the body actor, he's in the same, because he's got the robotic legs from Rebels and the same lightsaber hilt / cane from Rebels, and they got the same voice actor that did it in the cartoon series. I'm just like, okay, I love it. Like, I know this is fan service, but the potential of, I can't see it happening in Obi-Wan, but with the Andor series coming up, I can see Kira coming back.
I just always thought that in Rebels was such a beautiful scene because it was violent for that split second between Obi-Wan and Maul. But really, through it all, Maul was kind of glad to have been killed. Like he was finally at peace.
It wasn't redemption, but he needed closure or finality, because he's basically going, okay, if anyone's going to take me out as the person that did this to me initially. Because Maul actually ends up being, because he drops the Darth thing eventually. And he just becomes Maul, but eventually he becomes a sympathetic character. Like he's like, he does evil, bad things, but to him he's not evil. But eventually he's just like, I'm tired, man. Like again, that harkens back to the old samurai warrior thing, right? Where it's like he wants his journey to end, and he wants to go out with honor. So,
and it was basically, that scene was like two samurai on showing honor and respect to one another. And the thing that got me was the way that Maul asked Obi-Wan about Luke and asked him if he was the one.
Yep. And the fact he knew who he was too. Yeah. Yeah. In the old, I think it's called Vision or Visionary comics, they have these one-offs. They're basically what if comics. And In this one, at this time, Maul was still dead, and he is established. Basically, he gets the robotic legs, and when you first see him, he's got like he looks like he's attached to a spider, but then he has these massive like metal insect like legs and whatnot, right? The long horns and whatnot. It's a really cool action figure of it too. But that's where they got the basis of the cartoon series, was from that comic book. But the story goes is he is trying to find Obi-Wan, but he knows, I can't remember if he knows, because he didn't know Anakin, but he knew Obi-Wan's story. He's basically trying to find him to basically end him, because he's like, well, like, he did this to me, right? And like he even finds like Watto, and basically saying like, where is he? And like Watto kind of knows who he is just through like stories and whatnot. So he's going through, and he's finally in Tatooine, and he's thinking, okay, the only way to draw out Obi-Wan, again, this parallels the series, only to draw Obi-Wan is to put the Lars family in danger. So he beats the snot out of Owen. I think he knocks out Beru, and then finally he's about to kill Anakin, or sorry, Luke. And Obi-Wan basically steps up and says, all right, like, I know you're here for me. Let's have it out, right? So Maul's fighting Obi-Wan, and finally, the end, he gets knocked down through some dirty tactics and whatnot. And basically, Maul does the whole, like, ha, 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 like, I have you now kind of thing, right? They basically saying, like, it's like, why'd you do all this? He gives this long monologue. And just before he does the killing blow, Owen just comes up and put a blaster to his head and shoots him. So, and he's like, oh, thanks, Owen. They're like, okay. Now he's like, piss, and now he's like, piss off. Yeah.
Roll credits.
Yeah, like yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, so he's like, thanks, Owen. He says, yeah, stay away from my family because stuff like this happens, right? I don't even know if you can even get it digitally anymore though, but they released the action figure of basically Owen as the age he is in like, basically this is a retelling of like the Obi-Wan story series. So this wicked figure of like Maul with the long horns and the insect metal legs, this gnarly double-sided lightsaber that actually has a curve in it, and a age-appropriate Owen, which is based off of the Episode 3 action figure but aged up, and it came with a comic book. And I remember reading this thing going, cool, like, until they actually reintroduced Maul. To me, that happened in the movies. So, actually, we should wrap this up. But right before I go, can I tell you the story about when I got pulled over in Texas?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay. So a lot of you probably know I was involved with the Sawyer Massacre, Texas Chainsaw horror movie. I'm sure John talks about this all the time. Like, yeah. So we're filming outside of it. So we're filming north of a town called Bastrop. And now, any of you horror fans, Bastrop is near. Actually, it's near where the original gas station was in the original film. And they shot around different locations around Bastrop, which is about a half hour east of Austin. So that's our home base. We're filming a couple scenes at a town called, Bartlett, which is about an hour north. So we're about 2 hours outside of Austin. So we wrapped at night, and so we're doing this horror movie. Thank you.
Movie right
so we're doing this horror movie, and I'm playing Leatherface. So I have to. So I'm covered in fake blood. I have to use baby powder to put on my face to keep the mask on because it was a swamp in there. So at the end of the day, because we didn't have power at all out there, we were using generators. So during breakdown, I basically had to take a wet towel, do this in the dark because it got super, super dark out there in March. So this is like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. So I get in the car with one of her projection assistants. She does this like, Christine, I'm sorry, I forget your last name, dear, but all around badass, cool woman. And so riding with her that night, and I'm driving, and I'm using a borrowed car from our production manager. And it wasn't in the best of shape. So I'm like, okay, well, whatever, it's passable. So I'm driving down there. And I go through Bartlett, which is, we were about 5 minutes outside of Bartlett. We drive through there. And Christina said, hey, just so you know, it's like 5 hours last night. I just saw I just saw like 2 like cop cars because there's actually a prison, an old prison right by Bartlett too, right? So I said, oh, don't worry, I'm going 45. And it's like a 50 zone. So we go through, and not even 10 seconds later, lights in the rearview mirror. And I'm like, oh, God. So cut to, the reason why I knew what speed I was going is because this car had some electrical issues. So I had to take my cell phone, the flashlight, and I bought one of the vent brackets so I could use the flashlight to look at my speedometer, which I've done before in other cars. It's legal as long as you can see it, and it's not shining in my face. Whatever. So I get pulled over, and I'm like, okay. So I pull over a little bit, and the guy gets in the loudspeaker and says, hey, go farther. It's on over his shoulder. So I pull up. So I do the thing, play Canadian boy. I put it in the park, turn the engine off, hands on the wheel, realize I am covered in fake blood. I'm just like, I'm red all over. So basically all I did after the shoot was I took the shirt off, took the mask and the shirt off, threw on my hoodie. I'm not even wearing a shirt underneath this hoodie, and I'm covered in fake blood. And because it was so normal to the rest of the crew, and so like Christina didn't even notice this either, right? And I'm looking at my hands, I'm going, oh no. And I look at the rearview mirror, and I'm covered in like white powder, fake blood dripping on my face, dirt and crap all over my face, right? I'm going, oh, it's gonna be interesting. So my hands are up on the wheel. My hands are up on the wheel, and he comes up on the passenger side, and he's like, what y'all doing tonight? And Christina's like, oh, we're just filming a movie up the road. He's like, huh, everything okay, sir? I said, yeah, this is just like effects and makeup one eye. He says, you know, I pulled you over. I said, no. He says, oh, your taillights are out. I'm like, oh, crap, because all of a sudden I lost electrical in this car, right? But I checked them the night before too, right? So I never even thought they were the taillights. There was like 6, so there was like 4 red. The indicators worked, and the backup lights worked, and the ambers and all that stuff. And there was 1 that was out, so I wasn't too concerned. Brake lights worked, everything else. That night they went out. So I blew a fuse somewhere. So I'm standing there going, and he's like still looking at me. I'm like, and just trying to be polite. And he says, license registration. And I instantly said, I'm sorry, sir, this isn't my vehicle. Going, okay, that's not the right decision. That wasn't the right thing to say. He says, do you have insurance? He says, I'll give you the paperwork I have, sir. Saying everything's okay. Got all the insurance. I also had one of the temporary tags on there too, right? Didn't actually have a license plate. Which is a little bit different for me because in Canada, the system is a little bit different than like it is in the States. So he says, do you have your license? I said, yes, sir, but it's in the back. And it was like a hatchback. It was like this old, Acura. So he's like, all right. So I get out, I walk back, and there's cars coming by me, and I swear someone slowed down because they're like, well, they see a cop and they see a guy covered in fake blood looking the way I looked. And basically think of like I was trying to be the Joker, but didn't know how things worked because I was like covered in white powder and red and also red. And so I go to the back, and I start to sweat, right? So the fake blood that's on my hands is starting to become a little runny, right? So I open up the back tailgate, and the 3 of the 4 masks that we were using were all laid out in the back. And he goes, huh. And I instantly think, this guy's cool. So
he recognized that was Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah. So there was some other stuff that we used for weapons and props back there. And he goes, huh. I said, sir, my license is in my bag. May I retrieve it? He says, sure. So I unzip, and I realize because my hands are sweating now because I'm getting nervous, I unzip it. I'm just getting bloody handprints all over my canvas book bag. Right? So I pull it out, and I'm like, oh, it's going great. So I hand my license, and I said, sir, I'm from Canada, from British Columbia. I'm down here doing the movie. He says, oh, it's all good. But when I handed it to him, my license, literally a week before we left, my license had broken in 3. So I had to laminate this thing in tape, right? So I handed this literal broken license, looking the way I'm looking, being pulled over on this car that's not mine. I have no idea. I don't really know who this guy was at this point. And so it's okay. So he's like, okay. And I could hear in his voice, he's trying not to laugh. He is trying not to laugh. And I'm trying to keep as serious as I can and as polite as I can. So I get back in the car and Christine is losing her shit. she's like, yes sir, no sir. I'm like, shut up. So he comes back, he says, okay, well, your taillights are out, everything else checks out, but I can't let you drive home. Like I had headlights, and I found out later on that I could have turned my four-ways on, but we have like an hour drive back to home base, right? It's late. I don't know these roads very well. I'm tired because this is around 10 o'clock at night, and I've been up since like 4 o'clock in the morning. So it's a long day. So I said, sir, there's a store about a quarter mile back. Could we just get an escort and I'll go park there for the night, and I'll call my crew and someone can come get us. She said, oh sure. So we turn around, go back, and wave him off and say, he's like, have a good night. I'm like, have a good night, sir. And so I finally get a hold of our production crew, because I'm trying to call, because I didn't have everyone's numbers at this time, because I made sure they were on my phone that night. So I finally get a hold of Steve Merlo, and I said, Steve, something's up with the car. I can't get home. So he calls the guy that owns the car, and so it takes him an hour to come up to this Dollar General in the like I'm not even sure where, somewhere like in like Central Texas, right? So I'm waiting for this guy. So I'm talking to my wife and whatnot on the phone, and I'm kind of venting because I'm frustrated because like the day didn't go very well, and then I got pulled over and all stuff, and then finally another cop car pulls up in like an SUV cruiser, and I'm on the phone. I'm in the light, forgetting what I look like, because I'm out there for like half hour, still filthy, covered in powder and fake blood and all this stuff, right? I think my shirt was even undone too. And he pulls up, he says, are you the one that called 911? I'm like, oh no, that's not me, sir. So I'm like, I'm not even trying to explain this. He says, no, that wasn't me. He's like, okay. So they find out what it was. I guess there was some fortunately minor domestic disputes. It was solved. There was something bad happened. And then the cop's like, it's like, everything okay? I says, yeah. It's just like, I'm just waiting for a ride. He's like, and he takes off. And then at this point, I forgot what I looked like. I totally forgot what I looked like. And so Chris, the guy that owned the car, finally came to pick us up. This is like 11 o'clock at night. I have to be up the next morning at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So I'm tired. I have an hour drive home. And so we finally get picked up, and we have this nice, and it was a nice calm ride home. Get dropped off. Everyone's in bed, and a couple people stayed up. This is Scott. We got a burger and a beer for you in the kitchen. The beer was warm. The burger was cold, but it was like the best thing ever. So that's where I got hooked on Michelob Light, by the way. No. Honestly, I got hooked on this stuff. So it was like this cold Whopper from like Burger King. I get in the shower. It's like finally like it's like well after 1 o'clock in the morning. I said, you know what? I don't care. I'm getting up at 5, right? Because like we usually hit the road till like 6, right? So my roommate Cody, Cody Wells, if you're watching, hey, he's like, so what the hell happened? I'm like, I don't know. And so I get all cleaned up and whatnot. And then cut to the last day of shooting. Briley Briley plays a character named Gene in the movie. Him and I, he had wrapped for the day, but I was his ride home. So he was just kind of hanging out for the rest of the day. So he's all bloodied up too. And I'm bloodied up. I look the same way as they did. So we're trying to rush to get this last shot in a literal sunset. It was the second to last scene that we were filming. So we're trying to get there in time for the light. And I'm like, oh man, I'm hungry. I need some caffeine. I'm hungry. So we stop at this one general store or at this one corner store, and there's a cop car outside, right?
You're just a complete magnet.
I know. So I walk in, and Riley and I stop. We saw this big cop, right? I said, we're filming a movie. And without skipping a beat, he says, I heard about you guys. so, so he says, how's it going? I said, good. I'm just stopping for some water and a snack, sir. He says, all right, have a good day. So it's the fact that he said, I heard about you guys. Like, this is like a week and a half later, because we filmed 9 days out of like 2 weeks. So we were in 2 different locations, but this is well over a week later. And he says, I heard about you guys. And it just made me laugh. It made me so happy. It was like one of the nicest people and it was just so funny. Another one of our drivers got pulled over because she was speeding, and she's like, ah, crap. And then she's like, well, tell him about the other like 6 tickets that I owe in Louisiana. I'm like, oh no. So we're like, okay, but all the encounters we had with the cops were good. But the fact that we walked in and we says, we're filming a movie, and then the cop starts laughing about this, and then the clerk who was in there wasn't the regular guy that was in there. He walks out and says, what the hell happened? Because literally right before that, someone had broken a glass bottle outside. He was getting stuff to clean it up. And he comes out, he sees a cop and 2 guys covered in fake blood, not knowing it's fake blood. And he's like, what happened?
And you're like, don't worry, I'm just playing just one of your mascots for the state of Texas.
So that was actually really funny. Again, the fact is I heard about you guys, and I'm just like, oh, this is great. This is like a day and a half before we fly out too. So it was just so funny. Oh man, yeah.
And people don't realize it's never been to Texas. You get lost quick around there, like quick.
Dark. One thing I noticed though is a lot of states in the provinces up here, we use those 3M reflectors on like a lot of on the road. Texas, they don't use reflectors. We're okay. I didn't, but one night, it was the first day of shooting. I wasn't working that day, and our drivers, unfortunately, just never showed up. So I ended up driving. So in one day, I drove over 400 miles. I drove 8 out of 12 hours. So by the end of the day, I was pretty damn tired, right? But I'm following my GPS. Unfortunately, my phone's GPS worked down. I wasn't totally sure if it would. And I'm trying to take home, I have a full carload. I'm driving a heavier, older car that I'm not used to. This is another person we borrowed from. And all of a sudden it says basically turn right. And I'm like, where? Right? So I go over, and the road just kind of drops away, but the road was still there. But because there was no reflection, I couldn't see where I was going. And all of a sudden, like 3 roads kind of join together. And I'm like, which way do I go? And I thought we were going to roll. I'm like, and this is like, I was there for a week, and this is the first day I meet like Jordan O'Neill, Olivia, Patrick, and I think Bill Housekeeper was in there too. And I'm like, I almost killed like half the cast, man. So that was not a great night, and that was another late night. But fortunately, there was a lot of. Put it this way, the entire time we were down there was the perfect plot to a horror film. But you know what? I know. I met some of those amazing. I'm sorry, John. I totally meant to tell you this story. This is one of the best, worst experiences I've ever done, and I wouldn't change a single thing. Like I met some incredible people, and I had some of the worst times of my life down there.
The good thing about Texas is just not. The good thing about Texas, pretty much everybody around there is pretty hospitable. So I mean,
I met some of the nicest people down there. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, and I was thinking, I miss Southern barbecue. There is nowhere around here that serves decent barbecue. The only place
Steve doesn't seem to want it anymore. He's like, I'm tired.
Well, I think his stomach, like, it wasn't a hot thing. It's just like, I think it upset his stomach too much. I crave the stuff. Like the first place we went to, it was in Bastrop. I can't remember the name of it now. It was like this little, the fact that we went to like this authentic, like like one room, share tables, paper napkins, plastic plates, or styrofoam, everything, right? Go up there. I get like a sandwich with like pulled pork and the sausage, and I order like I think it was like I think I get 3 of the small side, like the really really small size, coleslaw, potato salad, and like macaroni. I think I even got like cornbread in there too. Right? I'm like, I'll do the whole thing. So I sit down, eat the sandwich. I'm like, oh, that was really good. Eat the coleslaw. I'm like, okay, a little bit different than what I'm used to. I'm used to more of the creamy stuff, but I like the vinegar stuff. I eat the potato salad. I'm like, oh, this is good. And then I had that mac and cheese, and I'm like, I could have the entire meal, the mac and cheese. I'm like, oh yeah. So,
Yeah, that ain't that crap you all buy in boxes and boil on the stove top.
oh god, it was and like just these little 4-ounce sides, right? And I'm like, I could have eaten the entire thing. So for the rest of that trip, we were 5 minutes away from a Buc-ee's, and are you from the South or like especially Texas? Buc-ee's is a big, actually, the blanket behind me is actually a Buc-ee's blanket. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's these massive. Actually, Bastrop was like this second or third largest rest stop, or like corner store rest stop. These massive
they're truck stops.
Yeah,
they're truck stops.
And they have grab and go food, right? And I lived on those pulled pork sandwiches the entire time we were down there. I loved it. Like one night I actually bought 4 or 5 sandwiches, and I kept them in the fridge, and then I think I had like 1 or 2 over like the course of, I think I had like 2 of them over the course of like 2.5 hours or so. I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, I'll save those for tomorrow and take them lunch. No, 3 o'clock in the morning, I go grab 2 of them because I'm so hungry. Because during the shoot, combination between physical exertion and basically physical exertion, I lost over 15 pounds. And I'm a big guy, right? And I've kept the weight off, and I ate like crazy. Other than the fact that I had carbs, I basically went keto that entire time I was down there because of I called my wife. I said, I can't remember the last time I had a vegetable that wasn't pickled. But the food was amazing. And so this is about a month ago. There's a place in Kelowna, about an hour north of where I live. It's part of a chain called Memphis Blues, and I don't know if they're in the States, but it's this big barbecue chain. And I think, okay, it's gonna be a little bit different because Tennessee versus Texas versus Louisiana, they're all gonna taste slightly different. I go up there, I was just, okay, I'm gonna get a pulled pork sandwich and get a sausage on the side and some other sides and whatnot. So I got this nice platter going on, and I take the first bite. And I'm like, it's not the same. It's just not the same. So
just crying the whole time you're eating.
So yeah, and I even called my wife afterwards too because she was working. I was up doing some shopping while she was at work. I called her at work and she's like, "What's the matter?" I'm like, "It's not the same," and I had to explain it to her. But
I want to go back to Texas.
I was like, I want to go back to Texas, man. And so hopefully, if everything goes well, we're having the premiere for the Sawyer Massacre in August. It will be available sometime in October online, but we're having a premiere, like a thing, and we're also doing the crowdfunding too. So if you're able to share that for me too, I'm sorry, I'd like to share it on here, but yeah. So
there's a perk on there, guys. If you want to go there and see the premiere and watch Leatherface 2 fists and pulled pork sandwiches,
yeah.
We'd like to sell that.
No, okay. You have me a pulled pork sandwich from Buc-ee's. If it's hot, I will gladly down that thing in front of you. So hopefully this works out okay because it will be like because right now the only people that are not from the area. Well, sorry, I should clarify. People literally came from like North America to film this film. Now, Nika, who's the lead female, and Nicolo, Mr. Terribly, she's heading off to school in September. She's starting university. Steve and myself, we all live within about 90 minutes of each other. So if we it looks like Steve is on. So hopefully when we go, it's going to be like a 3, maybe 4-day trip for me because it's August. I work at a casino. I can't take that much time off, right? And I live in a town that's basically a resort town. So it's going to be fly down, spend the night, probably do the premiere, and then fly back on the 3rd day. So hopefully it works out. But my wife is, we're going to find a way. But my wife is going to come too because I want her to meet all these fantastic people I meet or have met. And just to experience it. Now, I'm not totally sure where the venue is and whatnot, but because the details are still coming in. But we've sold, I think the venue can hold about at least 200. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the. I think we only have about
40 minutes apart.
Yeah. So I can't remember because I haven't looked at the Indiegogo page in a while. But we're hoping for
Film School.
Oh, cool. Okay. So we're hoping for about 200 people or so. I don't know all the details. Steve knows way more about this than I do. It's just that I'm just so excited to 200 seat capacity, sweet. So we want to sell out. Absolutely want to sell out. But to see these people that I've met either online or Facebook or whatever like that. And it would be an amazing thing to see. But the fact that I go down there at least one more time because my wife and I already want to do a trip in the next 3 to 5 years because there's just so much around Austin that is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So, hey, any of you that live in the South, don't take it for granted. But travel, and I want to come back to your beautiful state as soon as I can.
Well, I get to take vacation around August.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
John, if you could fly out, man, I'll give you a big hug. Yeah.
I can fly into Texas, and I can drive from Texas to Oklahoma. Not Oklahoma, but up to Ohio where my dad lives. I like road trips. I like just to get in the car and just take off.
Surprisingly, that isn't that bad. Now we were talking. One of our backers. Her name is Sarah Church. Sweet girl. She is fantastic. She is hearing impaired, right? So she performed fantastically. I talk to her online fairly often. My wife's become friends with her. Her and her dad actually drove down from, I believe it was Chicago. It was like a 17-hour trip. And her dad just has nothing but love for this girl. And she's such a sweetheart. We found out the next morning that we were staying in the same motel. And we totally would have had her over for a beer or something like that. But we were like, oh, crap. But because we like wrapped early or like we wrapped late, and she was already in bed and all stuff, we realized, because we thought she was in the one like across the interstate. She was 3 doors down from me. I'm like, crap, because like I would totally like here, have a beer. Got photos with her, but she was one of the fans of this movie that I actually got to, not the first one, but one of the ones I could tell that she got involved with this and is following this because she loves the stuff, and just the smile on her face, it made it more real for me. Get a little emotional about it too because she was just energy, just happiness. I was able to sign a little bit to her, very rudimentary. I usually would type it on the phone, and then she would sign it, and then her dad would talk back to me. But the appreciation she showed, because she hung out with us the entire day. So when we weren't shooting, we were usually chatting and whatnot, right? And she's just it just made it. It was during a time where it was very, very stressful for shooting, but meeting her just turned everything around. So that's why I say that it was like one of the hardest and one of the best things I've ever done. And I wouldn't change a thing.
Well, have you seen this shirt I made for you all?
Yes, actually, you sent me a link of it, and I want to order one like now. Right on, that's great.
So I am a company sponsor and a associate producer on this film that's Scotty's in, and
You are probably one of our oldest promoters, and thank you, John.
yeah, I've
Thank you.
been there almost
Yeah.
damn near the beginning.
Yep.
And
Because
I did an original shirt, and I took it down out of the store because I've got I got 3 of them, the old OG shirts I made, and I sleep in one just about every night. But I went back to the drawing board. I told Steve, I said, man, I'm going to clean that artwork up because what I had initially didn't translate well to the actual printing process.
I remember, yeah.
I didn't much like it.
Yeah.
I nitpick a lot of my stuff, and
Well, I like how this one almost looks like a shade drawing with like a pencil.
Well, that's so basically I took basically an old drawing for reference. So I kind of shamelessly borrowed from an old reference, and I just kind of put my own little spin on it and added some skulls here and there and some different things. And you can go on my web store, which will be in the link to this, and get this shirt, and all the proceeds that's made from these shirts are going directly to Scotty and Steve and the rest of the wonderful cast and crew of this movie so they can get it made and, and be able to not worry about money so much, because money is such a worry when it comes to making movies. It drives on how much you can do and how far can you go. It's all driven by that dollar. So,
well, I've known Steve now for just over 2 years, probably about 2.5 years now. And there was a time, especially because with the pandemic and whatnot, he unfortunately had to approach us and say, would you be willing to opt out of pay, basically? And so I was trying to debate about it because at the time I wasn't working. And so I'm like, okay, well, what is the minimum I need to basically pay the bills for the month? And I figured $500. And he says, okay, sure. But also my accommodations were taken care of. We stayed at this fabulous house for Steve and I were there basically for the full 3 weeks, except for the 5 days we were over at Warden. About 4 or 5 days over Warden. And we stayed in this fantastic house, and the fact that this sweet lady invited us, literal strangers, into her house, and we probably caused her more stress than she needed, but it was a fantastic thing. My flight was taken care of. Everything I put into the film, I got reimbursed for, and then finally at the end, because of course they say that you make the movie 3 times. You make it when you write it, you make it when you shoot it, you make it when you edit it. So without really saying it, Steve, I could tell that basically any penny could help. So I said, Steve, if I get reimbursed what I put into it, keep everything. If we make money, we make money, right? But also with a fan film, we can't make money. Does that make sense? Yeah. So basically everything either goes towards the film or the talent or whatever. So basically, people got reimbursed or they got compensated for the time. But for me, the fact that this is something we wanted to do for 20 plus years, and the fact that I flew halfway across the country, the farthest I've ever been away from home, the longest I've ever been away from home from any of my friends and family, it was interesting because FaceTime or streaming like this was a lifesaver, because I couldn't imagine not talking or seeing my wife for 3 weeks, let alone 3 days. Right. So the fact we were able to do that, and I was nervous about it because, again, there's misconceptions about Canadians have about people from the States, and the States have about Canada. And it was really funny just talking to, like, oh wait, we're all under the same sun, guys. So it was like a nice little microcosm of like the world, right? And again, Steve put a comment on here. Stressful is an understatement. Every day there was something, and big shout out to Christina for putting up
Christine Alverson.
Oh yeah, she and the people we ended up staying with or accompanying us in any way, they were going through their own life stuff too, right? And then on top of like putting like at one point I think there was like 12 of us staying at Christina's house or at Christine's house, and she was going through her own family stuff. I don't want to get into it just for respect, but the fact that she put up with us, right? So there was a couple of times where like, hey Scott, maybe you want to put that cup in the dishwasher? I'm like, yes, Christine. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was so tired, mentally, physically after the shoot, but I would not change a single thing. But the emotional roller coaster was interesting. But the fact that we were in this together, like there was a point where, if somebody said we're not shooting this film anymore, anyone would have said that. I think the other 99.9 of us would say, to hell with that, we're finishing this goddamn film. Because it was like we were in it so far that we're like, no, we are finishing this film. And it was sad because there's certain characters, not spoiling, but there's certain characters that don't make it. It's a horror film, let's face it, guys. And I remember talking to my wife, I have to kill such and such today. She says, Scott, you're not killing them today. Leatherface is killing that character today. I said, yeah, but they're leaving tomorrow morning. So I probably won't ever see them.
I need to kill them now.
I know. It's like I don't want to kill anybody. She says, I don't mean that. So, but some of the saddest day or days was we had finished in Warden, came back and filmed a couple scenes back outside of Taylor and Bartlett. Yeah, it's just it was so beautiful out there too. Like there was just like people say Alberta and Saskatchewan is big. No, Texas, like these things are bigger in Texas. Like we were filming by this one house, old farmhouse out in Bartlett, and I'm looking across this field. I'm going, how long would it take me to walk across that field? And then I know, and then because you can see the tree line, and you're like, you have an idea how high those trees are, and then it paralleled a road, and I kind of timed a car from like basically the property we were on to the tree line. I'm going, holy cow! It's like that's huge, right? And I'm like, that is unbelievable. And like, no wonder why you guys go 80, 90 down there, because you got places to go. Which was interesting to me because I'm used to driving about 75, 80 miles. That's about 120 kilometers an hour. I'm going like 140 kilometers. That's like 90, right? Because like 180 is roughly 128 kilometers an hour.
Damn,
and
son,
so
a NASCAR driver, huh?
I know. And then all of a sudden I realized I'm having to go to 95 to keep up. And I'm like, I never drive this fast back home because I live around mountains, right? And we have curves. So but it was a lot of fun. I am very grateful the fact that we were able to borrow vehicles down there. I had to rent for a couple of days, and wow, is that expensive, especially around, especially in Austin in March during South by Southwest. So I rented on the Sunday after South by Southwest, and there was still the weekend rates, and it cost, oh god, for 2 days it cost me $600. I know, because I got all the extra, because the guy upsold me and I said yes. But I also realized that I need to pay tolls. I wanted insurance. The fact that, yeah, just all this stuff. But like, when it was all said and done, it cost, now rounding up, but it was close to, maybe it was closer to 4, but it was well over $200 a day. And then the last day that we were leaving, Steve and I are the last people to leave, and we leave Bastrop. It's about a half-hour drive into Austin, to the Austin Brigham airport, and we leave. So I packed everything up, and I'm thinking, okay, I want to get there, because I wasn't sure, because the day before we dropped off Nika, she flew out, but South by Southwest had ended, and unfortunately there was a bomb threat, so there was all these delays and whatnot. So me thinking that it's going to be lined up like it was, something, hey Steve, can we leave around 2:30 so we're there at a reasonable time? So pack everything up. Steve's ready to go. I'm coming down the stairs, and there's 2 sets of stairs in this house. The one in the front, the one that goes around the back. I'm going down the front, and I'm carrying. Now, Steve, I'm going to reveal something to you, because I lied to you on that day. I'm carrying my large suitcase. I
didn't know anything about this shit.
So I didn't turn any lights on, and I missed a step. I fell down about 4 or 5 steps, and I roll, and I pop up, and all of a sudden I hear Steve go, "Scott, you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'm fine." Right? So I'm like, "Oh crap, oh crap." So my arm is like hurt, my hip is hurt. I stand up thinking, you've been here for 3 weeks, and this is how you get hurt? You're running around with like this 40-pound, 50-pound chainsaw, like with blades, and not being able to see, and you fall down a flight of stairs. I was fine, fortunately. I was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. And Steve was tired. It was been a long shoot. And so we get to the airport, and of course it's like 3:00 in the morning, right? And I brought like a large like wheeled duffel bag, and I throw it in the back seat, and I threw the rest of the luggage in the trunk. We go and park, and and it was a keyless entry fob, right? So there's no key, right? So just leave the key in the car or drop it in the drop box, and then you just kind of do your thing, because they scan your license plate, right? So get in there, lock the doors, pop the trunk, lock the doors, get around, pull everything out, realize that my large duffel bag is still in the back seat. And I go, ka-dunk. I'm like, well, I just locked my keys in the car, and it's 3 a.m. in the morning. No one's here until 8, and our flight is at 6. So I'm going, well, shit. And Steve's like, really, Scott? I'm like, yep. So the trunk was still open. I go around to see if we could find a release latch. And I'm going, there's no release latch, is there? And I'm going, oh, God. And then Steve, fortunately, he had experience, because he used to work at a car rental place. And the fact it was the keyless fob, when it's in range, it doesn't lock the driver's side door. And he just goes up and goes, he opens it up, and I'm like, I love you, Steve. So, great start to the day. I've fallen down half a flight of stairs, locked my luggage in the car. And we get there. And because it was Sunday, and I thinking South by Southwest went until Sunday night. No, and it went until Saturday, or like Saturday. No, we flew out on Monday, and Sunday morning was actually the busy day. So I'm thinking it's gonna be busy. So we're standing there. We're literally first in line, and everything else is opening up. And Steve, you can just tell he just wanted to get home, man. And he's like, he basically going, why were we here so early? I'm like, I don't know. I want to go home too, man. So nothing's open. We can't buy any coffee. There's nowhere to get water until you're past TSA. So we get there, and yeah, we're both stressed out, or whatever. But we got along cordially.
It was like planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, but by the end of the day, I think both of us were like, okay, we're going home. I'll talk to you in 3 weeks, kind of thing. Right? So no, I still love Steve. It's just the fact that it was just so stressful that day, and we're like, well, this is it, kind of thing, right? Yeah. No, I love the guy. I do. No, he was the one that basically got us on this journey, and everyone else is just kind of along for the ride right now. So I'm very grateful for Steve for this opportunity. Now, because of the way the world's going and the area I live in, there's not a lot of acting opportunities for theater. Now, we film a lot of Hallmark movies in our area, but because I work at a casino with my schedules all over the place, it's really hard for me to pick up stuff like that and stuff I would like to do. So if this is the last project I do ever or for a long time, I'm totally satisfied with that, because the fact that we got to have this experience, we got to make this film looks amazing too. Now, by choice, I didn't read the scripts fully. Like basically the stuff I wasn't in, I didn't read the rewrites, because when I see the film for the first time, I want to see the film for the first time. So it's going to be very, very exciting for me because I know the stuff I'm in. The challenging thing was there was stage direction and whatnot in the script, but until you were actually in the space, you could block it out. We didn't really know exactly how it was going to look, because there were certain scenes where in my mind I envisioned it completely different, but because of either the setup or the room we were in, we couldn't do that shot. Like there's the scene where I'll just call it a reveal. I had it in my mind completely different. I had it with like 3 different angles over the shoulder, all stuff. But because of the room we're in, it would have been physically impossible to even suggest the thing, right? But we got some great reactions, great performances. Alicia Graham, she plays. Oh God, I'm sorry. All the names have completely are just gone from my brain. But her performances in there, she's amazing, and I consider her a friend for life. And she's one of the people I definitely want to try to go visit if I ever get a chance to do a road tour in the South. Meet her husband. She wants to meet my wife. Cody Willis and his family. Briley. Oh God, sorry for getting last names, but Briley. His parents were character actors back in the 90s for a bunch of TV shows, and he showed me their IMDb page and stuff they were on. I'm like, oh, I know. I've literally seen your parents before. And he's moving to LA to fulfill his dream. And all power to him. And just I get to meet these fantastic people to make him better. Jordan O'Neill, Jordan, Jojo, I love you. I forget your last name. But he's now doing a semi-professional Captain Jack impression. Like he does it at parties and events and stuff like that. He got a job with somebody that does Disney events, and he's fantastic. Yeah. Just everybody we met. Yeah. The whole thing. And the fact that we filmed in a place where the guy, Robert, he was a former pro wrestler. And he was telling me stories. Yeah, I know. We go back to pro wrestling, eh? And he was showing me stuff on YouTube and how he used to work all like the circuits in the South, and how he, because where he lives in Wharton, there was a bunch of floods, and a bunch of the southern, like a bunch of the wrestlers from the South, like like the Undertaker, he literally was in this neighborhood throwing sandbags to try to help these people. And he's like, oh hey Mark, oh hey Rob. You know who he was. It was awesome. He's telling me his stories. Yeah, just like all the stuff I heard about this. Yeah, it's just amazing. And our sound guy, Ben, Charlie, our camera guy, Kyle, our key grip, just met some of the most fantastic people. So yeah. Yeah.
Like being in the trenches in a war.
Yep.
Make friends for life.
We were so in it. So actually cut to the whole thing about the face makeup and whatnot. When we filmed in Wharton, we filmed in a basement, and those were some of the bloodiest scenes. I mean, literal bloody scenes. Sergio, I'm sorry, I can't remember last names for the life of me. Sergio, who helped us with our effects. Also, I got a shout out to, oh gosh, he's a sweet guy. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. He helped me with mannerisms of, hold on. His name is Ryan Strickland. The nicest guy I think I ever met. He came in. I don't know exactly how he got involved with this, but if you follow my YouTube, my Facebook lives, he brought a 306 chainsaw, the same model he used. He says, "Yeah, go play around with it," and I'm like, "You are my new best friend." Like, he was the nicest guy. I'm not sure how he got involved with this. He was there for about 4 days. He drove 2+ hours each, like one way. So basically 4 to 5 hours every day just to be involved with this thing. And he did it for fun. And he is, yeah. When we were, so going back to when we were filming in Warden, we're filming a basement scene. So, but that's one of the things. Well, of course, I'm a killer in this one too, right? So, there's a scene where I'm hacking away at a character's arm, and so we had a compressed air tank, and basically it was the corn syrup kind of like Kool-Aid mixture. So we do a test to charge the line. So they have the actor, his arm is out, to hide the pipe along his arm. And I'm thinking, okay, well, like this test. I'm like, okay, well, I better get a safe distance. So I step back across the room about 8 feet and about 4 feet off to the side. First shot directly in my face. So I'm wearing the mask at this time, right? And it goes in, there's a gap at the top, and it goes into the eye holes and the mouth hole, and it's just running down my face. And it's in my mouth, it's in my eyes. And when that sucker dried, my eyelashes actually stuck together. I couldn't blink. so I'm like, first shot right to the face. I'm like, oh God. I'm like, okay, this tastes like unsweetened raspberry Kool-Aid, basically, right? But like Sergio's like, oh, you don't want to keep that in your mouth. I'm like, okay, good. So I rinse it out, right? And then we go. So we do the shot initially without the blood gag. So I do the hack. Do it a couple times. You do a couple reverse shots just for a couple options and whatnot. And finally, we tube them up, and because we wanted to get the different angles, so I do the thing where I kind of do this twist of his arm, and then I hack down. And so we finally are doing the hack, and I get the one. It kind of splatters a little bit. The second one, just this great shot, just everywhere, right? And I'm not hearing cut, so I just kind of keep going, and I go faster and faster and faster. I'm thinking, okay, this is getting funny because I'm getting drenched in this stuff, right? And Kyle, our key grip, is filming this in slow motion, and he shows it back to me. I wish I had this clip, but he shows it back to me, and his phone starts to shake a little bit, and I realize he's laughing. he's laughing while he's filming this. And I'm like, oh, good. And then finally, Charlie, our DP, says, dude, I got you in two. Like by the second hit, but my shirt, we found this fantastic shirt at like a Goodwill that Ryan had completely stained up. Actually, sorry about that too. He had stained it up to make it look like it was old and oil and blood and whatnot. But he stained it while I was wearing it. And you know what henna tattoos are? Well, it seeped through my shirt, and I basically looked like a henna dairy cow for about 4 days. So I'm in the shower, I scrub wherever I can, and I get out and I turn my back in the mirror and going, well, I can't reach that spot. It's going to be there for a few days. So I wore a shirt to bed a few nights because I didn't want to ruin the sheets. So so the shirt is just drenched in this stuff. Now, because we wrapped late and I want to get back to the hotel room, so we get back. The next day, I completely forgot to rinse the shirt. I pick it up. It feels like a piece of like canvas tarp, and it's sticky. Like I can flex it, right? Like yeah. I'm like, oh God. So I had an undershirt, so I put this thing on, but instantly seeped right through because nothing had dried overnight because the humidity was so much. Because we were only like an hour away, like 45 minutes away from the Gulf. And so I put this thing on, and first thing in the morning, it was so sticky that when I'm trying to pull it up my arm, it caught my arm and actually ripped the shirt. It actually ripped. Yeah, like I didn't realize it right away. So I wasn't needed. Well, I was needed, but they were trying to do coverage for another shot before lunch. I would go into the other room, and I had to completely. I basically dropped the pants to my ankles and undid the shirt because I couldn't take the damn thing off because it was so sticky. And sitting there on a stool in my underwear because it was basically a soap detergent was like the base. It was burning my skin. I'm like, oh God, this hurts so bad, right? And I'm like, oh God. And then finally at lunch, I'm like, I can't do this. I found a utility sink. I rinsed everything, and it was a nice hot sunny day, so I threw it out and tried to. I'd rather wear a wet shirt than wear that sticky thing again. So I basically had lunch in my underwear out on a driveway on a lawn chair. So, and surprisingly, it actually wouldn't have surprised me if the cops rolled up that entire time because like, oh, it was just Rob's house, right? Yeah. So, so that worked out. So every night after that, I would just throw an old hoodie on, go back to the hotel room, strip in the shower, and rinse out the clothes. Now I don't have the photo anymore, but there's a photo of my wardrobe in the bathtub in basically a scene from like Psycho. Right? So because there was just so much red, and there was a dryer next door, so I was able to. It cost me like 50 cents for like 45 minutes of high heat. Threw it in there. It was dry for the next morning. But again, forgetting what my face looks like after I've worn the mask with the fake blood and the powder and whatnot. The owners of the motel knew what we were doing, but the entire family lived there, including Grandma. She didn't know. So I'm walking out, I'm carrying something. I hadn't showered yet, and I smile at her, and she goes, so because I'm still covered in the fake blood and whatnot, I'm like, hello, and she's like, and she just walks away. So although I ended up getting an extra charge from the hotel for about $45, I think they charged us extra because I'm pretty sure they charged us a fee for cleaning because we could not clean up all that fake blood. We tried so hard, but all the sheets were white, and the shower curtain was white, and all of a sudden I get this charge, and I'm like, I'm not even going to question this. So, because they probably because they probably charged. I'm like, I'm not even going to question that. It's like, I get it. Yeah. No, you guys, I'm surprised. Like, we found a nice, relatively cheap motel right beside a Walmart, like right off the interstate, and right beside a Buc-ee's too. So we had dinner every night. So, yeah. No, yeah. So those are a few of the stories, but again, it was difficult. It was rewarding, and I wouldn't change a single thing. And it's people like you, John, that have helped us get the word out there. And I've never met you in person, but if you're able to come to Austin, I'm giving you the biggest hug I can, man. Yeah.
Well, like I said, I get vacation, and I'm a thick boy too, so don't throw your back out. Yeah, I know you're way bigger than me, but I'm still thick.
And I appreciate the Hurricanes hat, by the way. Yeah.
Well, so I have two favorite hockey teams. I have always been a Vancouver Canucks fan, but being I'm a North Carolina boy, I always pull for the Hurricanes too because that's my home state.
Yeah.
And they're scaring the hell out of me right now because they're about to let the New York Rangers send them home.
Yeah, the Knuckleheads have been out for a while too, so yeah.
Yeah, I keep saying to people all the time, they said, well, you're a Canucks fan. Do you think you'll ever win a Stanley Cup? I said, no, not in my lifetime. Probably.
We've been close. back in the early '90s, the New York Rangers 2 years in a row. I think it was '94 and '95. We were close. We went to Game 7 both times. So, yeah. That's back when Trevor Linden was in his heyday. Yeah.
Pavel Bure and all that.
Yep. Actually, that was towards his end of his tenure with Canucks, because shortly after that, he jumped ship. Yeah.
Yeah, Pavel went to the Florida Panthers, and then he finished his career up in New York with the Rangers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Actually, was it shortly after that, Trevor Linden, who was the captain for the Canucks forever, he ended up going over to the Rangers for a little while, and yeah, which was interesting.
Yeah, I think he was there when Gretzky was there.
Yep. He retired. He retired for a while. Came back, played a few more seasons, and I think he's coaching now. But he has a big chain of he loaned his name to a bunch of gym franchises and stuff like that. Yeah. So him and also Steve Nash, but I think the Steve Nash ones don't exist anymore.
Yeah, I still got a Steve Nash Ranger jersey in the club. I collect hockey jerseys. I got a shit ton of them in there, and it's weird. I live in Hawaii where it's warm.
It's like, hey, you want a franchise team here? Why? Right? So,
well, I go out sometimes, and every once in a while, I'll throw on one of them sweaters, especially in the fall and winter, because it does get cold here, especially at night. And I'll throw on one, and people will look at me like, what the hell team is that? I'm like, obviously, you all don't watch hockey.
There you go.
Like, I've got a Vancouver Canuck plate of spaghetti, the old flying skate.
Yes.
It's also called, it's nicknamed the plate of spaghetti. I wore that one time, and somebody was like, what is that? I was like, it's ice skate.
Even back in the day, people didn't realize it was a skate. I'm like, oh. Was designed back in the 80s. I don't know. People were on cocaine. I don't know. So,
my holy grail to complete my Canuck jersey collection is I want the old Flying V, that ugly ass,
the giant one.
Yeah. Yes, it's hideous, but damn it, I want one.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, and then they have the one where it's like the hockey stick that's sideways.
Yeah, that's the old stick and rink.
It looks so generic too. Hey, buddy.
I've got a stick and rink in here somewhere. Yeah. Right here. Pull it out of the closet.
There it is. Right on.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
That was their original logo back in the day, but they were the Vancouver Millionaires.
Yes.
And then they changed to the Canucks, and they couldn't really find what is a Canuck, so they put a stick and rink on the front.
Right on. Well, Steve, I'm sorry, dude, but I had to go pick up my wife from work.
Yep, I got to go do something before I pass out.
Thank you for sticking with us, guys, for 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Hope you learned you something on Star Wars. Yeah. And look, man, I haven't talked to my buddy Scotty in a while, so y'all get over it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, tell you what, when we eventually, hopefully soon, because I'm getting a regular schedule, when we finally do that last Starfighter one, I'll keep it under 2.5 hours. How about that? So, yeah.
And guys, to end I know we didn't really say, but the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, I know that was like an hour ago the last time we talked about it, whatever, but the Obi-Wan Kenobi show is worth a watch. Is it perfect? Yes. No, not by a long shot. But is it the worst thing I've ever seen? Not by a long shot either. It is awesome. I enjoyed it. It definitely brought back the nostalgia feels for me, and it gave us, like Scotty said, more Star Wars, and that it brought a beloved character back to us, and a beloved actor.
With the interviews you see with the actor over the last 2 years, because there was such a delay between when they announced it and when they actually could film it, because they announced it back in 2019.
Yeah, it was going to be a movie, and then they decided against it.
Yeah, and because Disney Plus hadn't really figured out what it was going to be yet.
Well, Solo bombed too, and that didn't help.
Yeah. Well, like Boba Fett was supposed to be a standalone movie. That's another story too. But I think we live in a great era of storytelling for like television. Now, is it high art? No. Is it going to hold up? Probably not. But is it entertaining right now and gets discussions like this going? Yes, it is. Is it telling us, well, like even with like Ewan McGregor, where before he could officially announce that he was involved with this project, he knew because he started growing the beard, and people were like, so they're doing this thing on Disney Plus. You ever thought about it? He says, well, I don't know, maybe they call me. But meanwhile, he's going, oh, I'm doing the show. I just can't say anything yet, right? Because he was one of the, for understand, he was one of the first groups of actors. I think he even was approached long before The Mandalorian was even in production. So he knew he was coming back. He just didn't know when. And the fact
Here's
that
another question, not to cut you off, but was Hayden Christensen the Vader in the Star Wars Rogue One?
no. If I remember correctly, he had nothing to do with that. Yeah, but he definitely wasn't in the suit, and he wasn't the one that got pulled out of the tank. The actor
That should have been him. Damn it, that
yes.
should have been him.
At the end of Revenge of the Sith, when he walks out in the costume, that is Hayden. I remember.
Yeah, I watched the making of, and they had to fit him into that suit.
Yeah, about around 2005, I think. Gentle Giant, or one of those companies that did a bunch of the licensing stuff, there was some controversy because they released a screen helmet of him. And what people thought they were getting was a hero type helmet with all the electronics and 3 parts. No, they released a replica of what Hayden Christensen wore on set. So it was a shell with padding. And people were like, we're spending $800 on a shell and some foam with like some vinyl on it. Yeah.
You're getting COA and the fact that the actor wore it.
Well, it was a replica. It wasn't even the original mask.
Oh,
yeah.
I would think pissed off then too.
So,
I'd be like, hey, $800 for that.
That's when they kind of stopped for the longest time. They stopped doing premium screen used replicas. So they would do like right now with I forget the company, but they had the license for like Power Rangers and Star Wars and like Star Wars and Marvel and all stuff. But they have basically like they are the helmet as they would have been, but when you open it up, it did like they didn't put like fake electronics in there or something. There's some fantastic practical Power Ranger helmets out there that are actually modeled off of the original like Super Sentai stuff. So yeah, it's actually pretty well. So, but I was so tempted to buy a Captain America shield. I wish I did. So.
Yeah, I'm still a Power Rangers fan. I've got a bunch of autographed Power Ranger crap. That'd be something, man, you could talk about at one time too.
Actually, my friend Cody Willis, he was our props master. He has taken him down, but he has actually interviewed a lot of Power Ranger actors. He actually trained at the dojo that Jason Franks the original Green Ranger actually owns.
Yeah, Rising Sun Karate. It's called out in California.
Because the one in because he's from Alabama, whatever dojo he opened up there, he actually trained at too. But through that connection and also the fact that he is a huge Power Rangers fan, he's interviewed these guys, and he has these interviews. They're about 4 or 5 years old now. He says he's not sure what he wants to do with them, but he's hugely passionate about it. And so he was my roommate for about 2.5 weeks. So we would geek out over stuff like that. So it was a lot of fun. But like his name is Cody Willis. I'll fire up a message if you want to have him on. You could talk Power Rangers for hours. Yeah,
I would love to talk. I tell you, the one I've always wanted to talk to was Austin St. John and David Yost, the Blue Ranger and the original Red Ranger.
He's talked to David, I believe, and his personal life story is actually very fascinating. But Austin, did you read the news recently about him?
No. What did he do?
Okay, he got tied up in he got indicted for fraud. Him and a bunch of other people, basically what it was, from what I gather, was the state that they're in were doing the small company recovery thing for the pandemic. Anyways, him and about 18 other people were all indicted for embezzling money, basically defrauding the government, defrauding the program. Now, it looks like he's going to be exonerated because I think it was like a pyramid scheme kind of thing. But the fact that he's been involved with this is pretty upsetting. So
yeah, he's going to probably be blacklisted now.
Yeah, and Cody posted is like, well, one of my heroes. I found out one of my heroes today. So yeah, I felt bad about that. Yeah, but he also is involved with I forget it's a fan project. He's actually doing voice work for a fan made anime coming out. Yeah, so I will totally fire a message out to him because he would absolutely dig stuff like this. So
okay,
yeah, so all right. So I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Yeah, please go get your wife before she gets mad at me.
Okay. John, I love you. The fans, I love you. Talk to you guys soon, and hopefully we don't take up your entire afternoon every talk.
And if Scotty can, when episode 3 comes out, we might come back and talk about that one, and we won't keep you for 4 hours. It's just like I said, I haven't seen my buddy in a while, and we needed to catch up. So,
all right, on. Well,
whatever.
Love you guys. Thank you very much. Shameless self-promotion. I got nothing to promote except for the Sawyer Massacre. So, John, if you're able to put the link,
I'll put the links and the T-shirt, everything in the description.
Feel free to reach out to me. I'll answer any questions I can. Honestly, many of your fans have reached out to me too. It's been pretty wild. And thank you all. Just thank you. Yeah. Cool. All right.
And thank you, buddy. And now go get your wife.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. Well, this is John, and that handsome devil over there is Mr. Leatherface, Scotty Parkin, and we will see you again next time on Behind the Veins.
Take care, guys.